láti sọ̀rọ̀. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, go jẹ bizabiza. Ká máa bára wa lò nínú ìfẹ́ kan Akànbí. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love,
I go show you love, ká máa bára wa lò nínú ìfẹ́ kan.
But I know they do competition with anybody. Forgive me, show me love, I go show you love. Ká má bára wa lò nínú ìfẹ́ kan.
I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, I go show you love. Ká má bára wa lò nínú ìfẹ́ kan.
No, they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Tó bá ti sanwó fún Ṣẹ́gun nàbí o. Ẹ fẹ́ jókù. Alákọ̀bí. Ṣẹ́gun nàbí. Alákọ̀bí. Sábà mẹ́la. Anybody. Anybody. Any bobo. Anybody. Mo ló ń folú. Ó gbà mí bó ṣe rí mi láti finishi. Délé mo ló ń folú. Ẹ jẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀. Délé o.
All right, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. It's good to be back here again. It's another wonderful day. Happy weekend to you all, my wonderful people. Today is Friday, 12th January 2024. I appreciate every one of you right there. Let me quickly acknowledge verbally on the people on the comment section. Started with Mother of all Mommy Diaspora. Good evening to you, Mommy. Thank you very much for everything. I appreciate you. I love you. Thank you very much, Miracle B. I can see you right there. Merrick Imande, Edward Guavon. Thank you very much. Good evening to every one of you. Thank you very much, Amaka E. Thank you very much, Amaka Fojebi. And thanks very much as well for the super chat already. May God bless you. May your pocket never ever run dry. Thank you very much, Madam Patricia Tagujomi. I can see you right there as well. And we have Madam Tusabe in the building. Good evening to you, Madam. Thanks for joining us. Wabo Felix. Thanks for joining us. Patricia Nofe, my dear sister. I can see you right there. Love God is my strength. Thank you very much, Madam. I appreciate you. Lucy Eno, thank you very much. God bless you all, my wonderful people. Yes, I decided to quickly come out on this, with my voice to let you guys know that, yes, what the day that we all have been waiting for in terms of Supreme Courts in various states happens today. As you all can see, social media is talking. Nigerians are talking on social media. For example, started with Kano State, Abba Yusuf, the governor of Kano State from the NNPP, were affirmed today by the Supreme Court. But why is people talking right now? People are talking that, yes, fear not let Supreme Court do anyhow, because they already know that the chaos or whatever that, Nigerians are patiently waiting for in Nigeria would have started from Kano, if maybe Supreme Court dare, to do otherwise. But unfortunately, as well, it happens various other states as well. But I would like to focus more on Lagos State and Kano State. Babajide Sanwo-Olu were also affirmed today by the Supreme Court. Gbadebo left in the corner. As we speak right now, Gbadebo is tweeting upon tweeting right there on Twitter. On X, the other word, the new word, the new name. All right, my people. So that is the situation right now in Nigeria. That the Supreme Court have affirmed these people. But meanwhile, we are going to watch the celebration in Kano and also going to listen to the governor of Kano State, Abba Yusuf of the NNPP, to listen to what they have to say, regarding this. Although I hear they say shook mouth go give Tinubu and Chetima, say there be one come, may they come try themselves, but they don't already know, say they don't fail and all that. So I would like us to listen to that. But before that, I would like us to start with the celebration in Kano. Just imagine that the Supreme Court affirmed, or rather declared Mr. Peter Obi, the winner of the 2023 presidential election. Till now, you'd have still been seeing celebrations everywhere across the whole world. Nigerians will be celebrating because that's a freedom for us. But unfortunately, it went the other way around. So thank you very much, my people. That is all I have for you right now, for now. So I would like us to start from here. But before that, I would like to quickly acknowledge some of you that are just coming in right now. I can see Esther Indo, thanks for joining us. Mone Ferreira, good evening to you, sir. Kate Omoro say, thanks for joining us. Igbovo Okonrai, thank you very much. God bless you all, my wonderful people. Press on the like button and help us to share, and let's do this together. So after the celebration, and then I'll post out a link for those of you that want to talk about this today to come into the show. But meanwhile, let's listen to this. Let's watch this rather.
Now BBC Pidgin they follow now the yarn today will be Friday, the 12th day of January 2024. Where we dey here now for Abuja, as you can see, you go see people they jubilate. People when they jubilate now supporters of NNPP, that is New Nigeria People Party. The supporters will come here today because now today the Supreme Court of Nigeria, now today they deliver judgment for the case of the Kano State governorship election wey happen for February 2023. Say after that election, the APC, the All Progressives Congress, bin go court to talk say na dem win the election true, no be the NNPP as INEC take call am that time. But the case for Election Petition Tribunal, the Petition Tribunal talk say true na APC win. And when the matter come here for appeal court, even the appeal court follow talk say na APC win. But here today, the Supreme Court don't cancel the judgment of the two lower courts. They don't throw them away, say they not sabi wetin they talk. Contact say na Abba Yusuf of the New Nigerian People Party, na him true, na him win that election. Na him make the supporters of Abba Yusuf and supporters of NNPP, na him make them they jubilate for here. From my side here, the Supreme Court of Nigeria no far, but they don't really make a lot of people enter. If you dey look from my front like this, you go see police barricade. This police barricade now prevents people from going down into the Supreme Court. Here na appeal court, here na Federal Minister of Women Affairs. But now here where people feel day, where ordinary people feel day, as you can see, you go to see the sea of red caps. Whenever you see this red cap for Kano, it represents Kwankwasia movement, the political movement where former Governor Ali Kwank was so fine. And now the governor too, remember say na him be the presidential candidate of the New Nigerian People Party. And you remember say na that party na dem win the presidential candidate election for Kano State. So now Kwankwasia supporters na dem dey here, they happy, they enjoy. As you see here, people they happy, people they enjoy, everybody supporters of NMPP, they happy. If you see some of them, they even drive Formula One motor here. If you know, they careful, motor will hit you. Are you happy, Mama?
I'm very happy. I'm very, very happy. Thank Allah. May Allah hold his hands. May Allah help him and country. May Allah help Allah and guide him and protect him from all calamities.
Thank you. So, as you can see, people there, they happy. If you see some people wear green cap, these people wear green cap, now supporters of Governor Bala Muhammad of Bauchi State, where also today the Supreme Court also affirmed saying Bala Muhammad na win today before they give this judgment. So as you can see, people they happy. How you they feel today? Now BBC Pidgin they follow you talk.
See, what thing happen? I be from Plateau State,
yeah.
But they join people when they come from Kano, they rejoice for them because what thing they court do now, what thing people vote now, they court carry give them today. So we will wait for our own for Plateau. So
you know, say Plateau State get their own.
Yes.
So what will be your expectation?
Our expectation, just as Supreme Court carry Kano on give them, we the wait when they carry our own for Plateau give us. Now everybody Sakale Mufa. Now we the wait for now. But here,
thank you, thank you. And in order to avoid wahala, police not agree make people go further than this place. But you know, prevents the supporters from staying here. You know, prevent them they here to celebrate their team. They happy their team. They sing, Baba, how you? Now BBC preaching they follow you talk. What did they happen?
We are very happy. To bring our mandate back. We are happy and we wish Abba Yusuf successful tenure. That's our wish.
Thank you. Thank you. So plenty people today are they happy. One person from Plateau State don't tell me say if follow the people of Kano State, they enjoy, they thank God, and so in Matu they hope say I do for Kano State if it happen for them like that to make Governor and PDP make the Supreme Court to return and also. But that judgment they never give up. That judgment is 9 days go on now, but they don't give the one of Kano State. And they are people they here they happy. You can imagine what thing they happen for Kano State now. You see, imagine. See, man, this one.
Thank you very much. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Wa sallallahu ala nabiyil karim. Gentlemen of the press, let me say a very good afternoon to all of you. Let me say that today, the 12th of January 2024, our respected Supreme Court justices have delivered their judgment and affirmed my election as the duly elected governor of Kano State. Today, alhamdulillah, not only me, not only my family, but all the good people of Kano State, as well as all members of my party, the NNPP, and all the well-wishers in Nigeria and across the globe have confirmed, and are very happy to say that what the people of Kano State did during the 2023 elections by voting us into power is something that has been done transparently and according to the Electoral Act and according to the Constitution. Let me seize this opportunity to most humbly extend my respect and appreciation to our learned justices of the Supreme Court. By the verdict of the court today, we believe that democracy is back on track in Nigeria. We believe that justice and...
How can you say democracy is back on track in Nigeria because you were affirmed as the governor of Kano State? You should be saying democracy is back in Kano. Don't say Nigeria. This is the problem we have with these people. They are so selfish and blind to understand what the people are passing through across the whole country. How can you say because you were affirmed today, then democracy is back in Nigeria? So if maybe this Supreme Court not affirmed you today, no, there's no democracy in Nigeria. Is Kano State Nigeria? Una see? No, it's Kano State Nigeria. Kano State is a state. According to the Constitution, we have 36 states. Just one state. A governor was affirmed. Now you are telling us that democracy is back in Nigeria. Let's move on, guys.
In Nigeria, we believe that democracy is back on track in Nigeria.
Let me say again on this note that the new slogan for 2023-24 for our young ones is no degree for anybody. We have been informed from our intelligence that this slogan is coming from a revolutionary sector that may likely cause problem across the country. No degree for anybody is being seen as just a normal talk, but in security business, in security community, we have seen it as a very, very dangerous slogan that can trigger crisis.
Well, the defense headquarters, on the other hand, has adopted the catchphrase "no grief for anybody" by advising Nigerians not to tolerate terrorists and perpetrators of insecurity. The Director of Defense and Media Operations, Edward Buba, made the comment while speaking at a press briefing in Abuja on Thursday as he urged Nigerians to see security as a collective responsibility.
This year, 2024, I urge citizens of this country to see security as a collective responsibility of all. Therefore, no greed for terrorists, no greed for perpetrators of insecurity.
All right, Rufai, you had the security forces, there's no synergy here. I mean, the police on one hand is saying, you guys will plunge Nigeria into, insecurity, anarchy. No grief for anybody. I mean, I don't even know what that means. But you know what? Our governor here, Lagos State Governor, posted a tweet yesterday. Let's pull up that tweet. He wrote, throwback to this beautiful night of excellence and laughter as we hosted the Super Eagles before they set up for #AFCON 2023. I am looking forward to their first match. And the message to them was clear. No grief for anybody. Bring home the Cup of Nations. Rufai, go ahead.
In fact, we should start by sending the police officer, no grief for anybody message. What is revolutionary about no grief for anybody? I think it has a history that this song that went viral by a certain gospel singer, and these are slogans, these are chants, it's pop culture.
Yes.
It's pop slang.
Absolutely.
You know, they've been there from time immemorial. I mean, there is no revolutionary slant to anything. The military understands it. It's a word that catches on among the netizens and everything. You know, just like they play. You know, we have a lot of these words.
Yes.
And even politicians have used it. So is it like a code for criminals when they say no grief for it? It's nothing of such. And that's why Mr. Femi Falana has been able to ask them, what is this thing? I think what the police should be doing is make police no grief for criminals in society. They should go after criminals, bandits, terrorists, terrorizing people in the northeast. Make police no grief for insubordination. A lot of their members of staff have bad welfare. Police officers are suffering, they have nothing to eat. Make police no grief for bad politicians that are sending them to go and do evil, you know, as against the normal ethos they're supposed to sign up for. Make police no grief for bad service. And it goes back to the talk about customer service of the police officers, and that's why I still feel, you know, there should be a service that oriented mindset for the police force, not, you know, a force or authority mindset. Make police no grief for any katakata, people that cause katakata in society. You know, because they keep saying police is your friend, but it's only when you enter problem you know that police might not be your friend. So police should be concerned about changing that mindset, not about victimizing a common word or people that use the word by saying no grief for anybody. I'm happy about the military. They keyed into the buzzword of no grief for anybody. The governor is using it. And I would like to ask, which is, because you know, when they want to bobo us, they say they have intelligence. That's another Gen Z word, bobo.
No, really?
When they want to give us okay, it's a millennial word.
It's not Gen Z.
So when they want to give us custard, you know, that's another. I mean, I'm good with this.
Please, let's speak English. Just in case we plunge Nigeria
into a no greasing. So when they say it's based on intelligence, if there was any intelligence, I thought the military too was supposed to have the intelligence by not using the word. So I challenged that police PRO to bring out the intelligence report that say no grief for anybody has become a revolutionary slogan. Because we live in this same country where people say worse on TV and the police was defending. It was a very grave point you raised, Ayo. We all remember what MC-Olu almost said leading up to the election. And we all remember what the police officer in Lagos, the commissioner, came out to defend. Pretty much was defending him. We all saw people that said worse. They will not go and carry them.
Okay.
But he said we no agree now.
He said, we no go agree on this matter. Yes. We no go agree for this sermon that you have increased. At the end of the day, they asked for a bank account. They refunded her and put the appropriate 8,000 naira there. Yes. How many of us go to supermarkets, go to restaurants? Yes. We don't check the receipt. Yes. They will inflate the money. You just think, oh, this is the amount. You go and pay. I like that kind of Betty Rabos. We no go agree.
Perfect example.
It's about diligence. Yes. It's about determination to defend your rights. So what is Muyiwa Adejobi talking about? Freedom is not absolute and all that. Their job is to ensure security, safety of lives and property. That's what you should be talking about instead of chasing slogans up and down. Are they so distracted in 2024 that they don't know what their assignment is again under the laws of?
Me not can understand. The company like say Abati is not against these people. You know, because I'm beginning to see some twist concerning this man Abati. You know, or there's something that he was expecting, you know, and he not gonna come, and the guy call, because he did lambast on these tenable people and body, all of them, you know, anyhow. You can see the anger, the expression from his face.
Nigeria.
All right.
I will challenge my very good friend. He must bring that intelligence out.
We are waiting for the intelligence. We are.
You must bring it out.
We are waiting.
I don't agree for you today.
All right. Shall we take another story then? We are not agreeing. We'll take another story. A lawsuit filed by human rights lawyer and activist Maxwell Okpara challenging the 1.5 billion naira allocation to the office of the First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, in the 2023 Supplementary Appropriation Act, which was recently signed into law, suffered a setback on Thursday. The recent appointment of a judge for the case to the Court of Appeal created a vacuum and as such affected the hearing of the case, which was set for January 11th. Maxwell Okpara is contending that the 1.5 billion naira allocation violates constitutional provisions, as the office of the First Lady is not recognized in the 1999 Constitution. The lawyer seeks an injunction for the court to declare the allocation as unlawful.
The essence of this case is to ensure that you don't waste public fund. You don't waste, because the people that are supposed to benefit from allocation and fiscal from a federation account are being listed in the Constitution. Office of the First Lady is not there. So now the president has said, I'm going to cost. That's why we are asking the woman to return that 1.5 billion naira to the federal government so that it can be used for some other things, not to maintain office, not to maintain cars. And as a pastor, I thought that, and as a mother, I thought that he would have said, no, the money you are giving me to maintain office of the First Lady, I don't need it. It's wasteful. But he still collect it. And we believe that he have not spent that money. Because if he spend that money and the court order that he should return it, he will definitely return it. That's the opposition.
Let's see if that would happen, Maxwell. Well, in the meantime, I can't even catch my breath.
No grief.
Maxwell has just really hit the nail on the head there. He's actually doing the Lord's work at this point. I mean, I think he made a lot of valid points. One, which is, she's a pastor. And the fact that the allocation and the office of the First Lady is not recognized in the Constitution, it is, it's absolutely wasteful for that to be appropriated to the office of the Lady. Let's see if the First Lady will return the funds. Well, in the meantime, Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 election, has criticized the directive by the president to slash the number of people on entourages for international and local travels by 60%. Presidential spokesperson Ajuri Ngelale announced the new measure on Tuesday, stating that the move is part of cost-cutting measures of the presidency and that the measure will affect the office of the president, vice president, first lady, ministers, and heads of agencies. While reacting to the development, Peter Obi, in a post on X, said the measure is just scratching the surface. His tweet reads in part: the just announced 60% cut in the size of federal official entourages on travel is one positive step towards a reduction of cost of governance and a way of halting wastage. But this measure is just scratching the surface, as it is limited in scope and can only lead to a very negligible savings. We are yet to be told how much savings this will amount to. While this modest step may be somewhat commendable, what is desirable should be both a 60% reduction in federal official overseas trips, as well as a 60% reduction in the size of delegations. Most importantly, what our current economic reality demands a 60% reduction in the total cost of governance at the federal level. It is not enough to announce arbitrary cuts in the size of federal official entourages. The nation needs to be informed of how much the measure will save and where such savings will be applied. We're talking about savings here. I mean, both Maxwell and Peter Obi have, said the right things here, because, what is the cut? What is the cut of governance here? What is the 60%? What does the 60% entail?
There were many points for wastage in that budget. I mean, when you even see what's happening in the humanitarian ministry, you wonder what is going on. And that's why I feel that ministry should be scrapped. You can have interventionist program without having a ministry. Obasanjo did poverty alleviation program. There was no humanitarian ministry. I don't know why President Buhari created it. It should be scrapped. We should reduce bureaucracy. Just as we should never even think of the office of a first lady. As you are there as a woman with your man, you support your man. There are many intellectual first ladies I've appreciated so much. Hillary Clinton was one of them when she was, wife of Bill Clinton. Did a lot of support as regards policy, because she's a very cerebral Ivy League school trained woman. They both met in an Ivy League institution, and he did a lot of work with him, as regards the educational sector and many sector. Joe Biden's wife too is doing the same. Equally, Emmanuel Macron's teacher is currently teaching him too about policy and conduct his wife.
Not really teaching each other anymore.
You guess, I know. So while she was there, she did a lot of that Also, I mean, we've had very strong characters, that are women in the life of leaders, and they put in, but we cannot give room for bureaucracy.
Yeah.
And we keep going back to citing Miriam Babangida because, she did it during a military regime and she went away with it. It does not make it good. You can have your own pet project, fund it yourself. Mrs. Tinubu has a New Era Foundation Renewed Initiative. She should fund it from their own personal purse and everything. Use their goodwill to get money to fund it. You should not try as much as possible to use that to now open an office and bring more bureaucracy.
But I get Ayo's point, really, I do. Because if there is an office for the First Lady, then these allocations can be justified. Instead of having those budgets in the Appropriation Act, just give her an office. When she means an office, like in the United States, the office is really not for the First Lady. It is just, because she hosts events and all of that. So she has a lean budget. They allocate cards just in case Ayo becomes a First Lady. We need to make sure that Ayo has a good. I'm just messing with you. No, it's not a joke, but it is the truth. It is the fair. This is the fair fact. It needs to be. Yes, we're being realistic.
With due respect, we can equally start having elections for the office of the First Lady too.
Well,
and conducted by INEC. If that's the case, we should not open room for any bureaucracy of some sort.
Right.
Two shall become one. The Bible says. Ayo, you quote Bible a lot. So the president and his wife are one. Okay. There's no extra office for
no extra office for the First Lady. Well, let's see. Maxwell is advocating that if they win the case, I hope that Senator Oluremi Tinubu will return the funds. Shall we take another story in Accra, Ghana? Please, let's be serious. In Accra, Ghana, where the government cancelled a Pan-African event which was scheduled to take place on the 7th of January. At the Independence Square, the event was approved by the government in November 2023. All special guests, including the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in 2023, Peter Obi, Professor Lumumba from Kenya, Dr. Ari Kana from Zimbabwe, and a host of others scheduled to speak at the convention tagged Igniting the Voices of Africa had arrived at the location for the event, where thousands of people had gathered from all over Ghana and around the globe when the organizers of the event were informed of the cancellation just hours before the event's commencement, eliciting outrage.
Peter Obi on a flyer, I will spend the last penny to be here. I stand here as the General Secretary of the over 12.5 million Ghanaian students of this country. To my knowledge, almost all student leaders in this country were invited to this convention. Why? They know this is a convention that will ignite the voices of Africa. They know this is a convention that we would have to listen to the other increments of other countries. I got here and I'm told that powers from above have stopped the program. I'm sad. Let us all unite to uphold and make it.
This was so pathetic. Trust me. Power from above. From which above? Nigeria or where? Now, wow.
Ghana, that the Osagie for Kwame Nkrumah spoke to the world that the independence of Ghana meant nothing if the continent of Africa was not free.
We may not be at the convention center, but we intend to continue to preach the gospel of truth until we reach the promised land.
This was an unfortunate event. Last week, the young people of Ghana trooped out en masse in protest against this event that was supposed to, speak to the youth, ignite Africa. They had amazing speakers here, but obviously, like you heard Peter Obi and the rest of the speakers there say that it's not the end of the event. They're going to move it to another place. But the government came out with some ridiculous reason, saying that unforeseen circumstance caused the cancellation. Dr. Abati, really quickly.
Isn't this how, African leaders and African governments behave generally? This was Constitution Day on Sunday.
Yes.
And earlier in the day, the same president of Ghana, Akufo-Addo, in a statement, had said his government was committed to the freedom of assembly and association, which is Article 21 sub.
Okay, I'll stop it right there so we can start talking. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. That is all we have for you guys today in terms of the presentation. Thank you for joining us. For those of you that are just coming in right now, I appreciate every one of you. Please help us to press on that like button, help us to share, let our voices go far. Thank you very much, my people. We have a couple of things to talk about today, so I would like to start hearing from our panelists. I'm going to start with panelists today before callers. Callers, I'll be prioritizing you guys every day. Please hold on, let at least one or two panelists speak, then I will now come to callers today. I appreciate you all. Give us a mandate, my brother. It's good to have you here again with me. Thank you very much. Good evening to you. Please talk to us with all I've presented.
Thank you very much. Good evening to you. Good morning. Good afternoon from my hand. Hopefully you're doing okay. It's
Yes.
Friday. Hopefully the family
We
is
they
doing
do we
well.
they do our Friday for inside here now.
Oh, thank God, thank God. I mean, we always here, even though some people don't want make we talk, we go still talk.
Of
Hopefully they
course.
go calling again today. Say they don't ban me again. I dey wait for their call.
No. I know why I made they ban you today. Maybe not Black Panther they go ban today. Not be
Okay,
you.
okay. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Jonathan, greeting, Madam Indian, I greet you. I think I'm not seeing the last person, but
Thank you.
everybody, greetings to everyone.
Mother Busy Brains. Mother Busy Brains with
Oh,
us.
Mama Mumunga Sheki,
Yeah,
Sandikwa.
honestly, you guys, I don't know. I love you guys so much. I just
Thank you, man.
wanted, I just said, let me just come and just say, I miss you guys and I love you guys for what you are doing, the tirelessness. I really appreciate everybody that comes on to keep the fire burning. Thank you so much for all that you are doing, Oga Naija Watch, and the faithful panelists. Kai Naga Sheka Babana. You, the badge, we need to have badge to show. Honestly, thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you very much. All right,
Mr.
go ahead,
Elvis,
my brother. Yes.
on the Kano issue, there was no way they were going to change the will of the people in Kano. If that had happened today, Tinubu was gone already. There was never a way they were going to change the will of the people of Kano. It can never happen. It would never happen. And I say this with all sense of responsibility and sense of responsibility. There was never a way. They can never try it. They can never. They can never. If that had happened today, maybe the revolution would have started today in Nigeria. I wish it happened, but they were also trying to rescue Nigeria. There was never a way Tinubu would have done it to have changed the will of the Kano people with that same Supreme Court. Never. It would never happen. The guys already they made them, they already you see the people in Abuja. This one even passed the PEPT because the guys in Kano were determined. It's either even fall today or but there was never a way Tinubu would have done it. He cannot do it. He would never do it. And it just shows the fact that there are two sides to Nigeria. What is good for the north is not good for the southwest, the south, the southeast. Now, to now tell you that he will never try Kano, you saw what happened in Lagos State. The same Lagos State Supreme Court deliberated again on today, gave a judgment about Lagos State. Didn't they know that Rose Vivor won Lagos State? They know. Tinubu know that Rose Vivor won Lagos as much as Peter Obi won the presidential election of Nigeria. But why would they not give Revival his own mandate in Lagos? Because the people have been bought. Nobody will stand up in Lagos to say, no, Sanwo-Olu have to go. As much as it was done in Kano. There are two sides to Nigeria. What is good for the north it's not as good, or it's not good for the south, the southeast, or the southwest. If he had tried today, I mean, I would have been celebrating, because that would have caused a good revolution in Nigeria. The only sad thing is that the governor of Kano himself know that the Supreme Court did what they did because of his own supporter, the conquerors, not because of him. If it was because of him, forget about it. They did what they did because of the conqueror movement, and everything they've said they were going to do should Supreme Court decide to change the will of the people. They wrote to different bodies all over the world about the election in Kano. It's not the election of Nigeria. It's the election of a state. It's not the general election like maybe the presidential election. But they went as far as letting the world know what they were going to do should they change the will of the people. What a sad story. What a sad occurrence. Good for the people. I rejoice with the people of Kano, but not with the Supreme Court. They should have done same thing for Lagos State and even for the presidential election, because Peter Gregory Obi won the election. Road Bible won election in Lagos State. And the Kano State governor is saying, Supreme Court, this. Hey, man, we know what we know. We know what you are saying. We know. Tinubu will never try it. He can never dare it. He will not do it. No grief for anybody. It's a slogan. Okay, imagine that woman, Mrs. Irabo. If she had grief for the supermarket, they would have eat 41,000 naira out of her money for no just them reason. It shows you that the people that are wearing uniform, they don't even know what they are doing. They don't stand for the people. That is or what is it called? It just shows you where it belongs to. It's not for the people, but for his master. If you look at these guys, if you trace their antecedents, they have one connection or the other with Tinubu when he was a governor in Lagos State. No grief for anybody should not be a problem. Should not be a problem. It's just like saying, make America great again. So for me, there's nothing even to even see on that one. That guy is just probably just messing around because he doesn't know his duty. As a spokesperson of the police, or maybe as the commissioner of police, he doesn't know what he's saying. He has lost it. He has lost it. And he should be ashamed and apologize to Nigerians. Okay, should they grieve for kidnapper to kidnap them? Should they grieve for armed robber to come and rob their houses? Or should they even grieve for the government to put them into slavery? No. No, that should not be a problem. That guy doesn't know what he's saying. Okay, Mama Chinedu, if you will not vote for APC, don't come out. That was not a problem. And we saw what happened. This same man was the one that said, oh, it is just an ordinary, mere word. Nothing will happen. We saw what happened. Over 80 people were killed in the election. A 19 years old boy killed himself because of most of those words. Mama Chinedu, if you will not vote for the criminal drug baron, don't come out. Oh. And we saw what happened. What evil. It's so sad. Then the office of the first lady. So that man doing that taking them to court, wonderful job, nice job. Office of the first lady, on what ground? I said it here some few days ago. Once you are elected as a president, the office of the first lady is your personal company that they create for you as an SPV to loot and to steal. Once you become the president of Nigeria, it doesn't happen like that in other countries, but in Nigeria, the office of the first lady that they create for you, your personal company that you can use to steal money as a president. Because we then, oh, my wife have this pet project, we have to give her this money. Hey, you guys told Nigerians that you have more money. You don't care about Nigerian money. Go and do your pet project from your money. Also, more so, the money that you say you have, you stole those money from Nigerians. Your husband is still the governor of Lagos State, the last time I checked, even though he's the president in court. He has Alpha Beta. He has Ohando, also bought a Jeep. What he cannot buy when he was not the president. He was able to buy it as soon as he became the president. You have more money. You have body loan. You have your own bullion van. Take from your money. Fund your pet project. Leave Nigeria money alone. Don't put Nigeria into trouble anymore. Remy, you guys have more money. You can even afford to feed the whole Nigerian from your money. Do it. Not from Nigerian money. Kilo day. And if you look at those money, they are money generated from the South region, the South. And maybe spillover of Southeast and some Southwest people. But majorly South. And the same people that you guys are driving from Lagos, most of them are even most of the money are from them because they are industrious people. So Remi Tinubu, for Nigeria, leave Nigeria money, spend your own money to fund your own pet project. I wish that the chairman or the lead of the appeal court or whatever court they took them to can speedy the action. Give them a judge. Let them sit over this case. It needs to be heard. And for Ayo, you cannot establish any first lady office. It's a way to steal. They'll continue to steal. Go and bring Babangida's wife and ask her questions. She will tell you how much they were able to siphon using that office. Once your husband, then we should also start campaigning for the office of a first lady. And your husband become the president, and whoever wins the office become the first lady without the husband. What a misfortune. So we cannot talk about that. Please, enough of that. That office should be scrapped, should be removed. Then when it comes to the issue of the convention in Ghana, if you compare the Ghanaian Student Union government president and then compare Nigerian Student Union government president, you will see difference, Mr. Elvis. Like Philip Shuaibu told you here some days ago, the reason why Nigerians should reward him was because he was a nance president that the politician used against the will of the people, and they are still using him. But look at the Ghanaian nance president, their own nance president. Look at how he's speaking for the people. You can see the difference. And now, if you bring Nigerian Student Union body to what we are saying today, they have lost their major function. They have lost their sense of responsibility. They are now for the government. Does it surprise you? Some months ago, the son of the criminal drug baron was also going to impose a leader on the Nigerian National Student Union body. The same thing the father is doing to Nigeria, he wants to do it to the NANS. But because NANS, they lost their primary function. That's why they can use them. So compare Nigeria and Ghana. All the student body in Ghana came because of that convention. They want to hear from their leader. I told you yesterday, Peter Obi is no more on the Nigerian landscape, on the Nigerian political landscape. He is now on international landscape. The likes of the criminal, Wike, Bajabia Mila, the likes of Kwankwasua, the likes of Atiku, they are still on Nigeria political landscape. Peter Obi has left them. Peter Obi is far from them. If you compare them, Peter Obi is like maybe about 10 years farther than them because he speaks to the world. And that's why everybody all over the world wants to hear Peter Obi. Is it not a surprising thing to hear that guy said, as much as Peter Obi is in this convention, that's the reason why I am here. And every student union body of the university in Ghana, they are there because of who? Mr. Peter Gregory Obi, the president-elect for Nigeria. Lumumba is there, all well and great, wonderful mind. But that guy said it because of Mr. Peter Gregory Obi, the Okute one of Nigeria. They said he lost election. The one that called here yesterday is still angry with Peter Obi. The last time I checked, in quotes, Peter Obi is not the one in Nassau Rock, even though he won the election. And you can easily see what that young man is saying. He wants to hear from his leader, even though he has a president in Ghana. He has left his president. Reality has left the president of Ghana. His own people are now trooping. They are thronging and trooping to rally around leaders of Africa speaking to the world. And one of them is Mr. Peter Gregory Obi. In Ghana, the last time I checked, Peter Obi is not from Ghana, but they have embraced him all over the world. And a Ghanaian youth is telling this president that as much as I heard that Peter Gregory Obi is part of this panel, I want to be there. Their governor, their president has lost the reality of time because these people they don't even think he's a president anymore. So Mr. Peter Gregory is on international landscape. Reality has not done on Nigerian politicians that Peter Gregory Obi oyato sinyi ekeresi number Mr. Peter Gregory Obi oti junior law he pass all of una. He's senior na. Kikere labere nkere ko se gbe mi fadi ye. Needle may be small. No hand fit swallow am. Peter pass all of una. You may be seeing Peter as Peter pass una. He talks to the world. He doesn't talk to. If he speaks, maybe if Peter say in cough today, people won't ask, Mr. Peter, why you dey cough? That is how far he has gotten to Mr. Elvis. Let Peter cough. Say, okay, violence space. So Mr. Ninja Washo, put yourself together. I want to cough. They will ask you, Mr. Elvis, why Mr. Peter won't cough? That is how interesting it has become. So Nigerian politicians, they are still practicing the Amala Begri politics. Peter Obi is speaking to reality. He speaks to number. He speaks to fact. He speaks to what is happening in the world. That's why he can give to humanitarian effort. Talk about hospital. Talk about education. He gives free laptop. He gives to hospital. He gives to IDP camp. And it's not the president. Because of what? He understands how the world operates. In that convention, one of the things that Mr. Peter was saying is that African leaders need to speak for Africa. Don't wait on the Western world. Speak for Africa. That was one of the reasons why that convention was hold. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Mr. Peter Tijuwonlo, he passed them. He may be small, but you cannot swallow him. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. It's not small at all. It's not small. For my principal to be recognized, across African countries right now is a blessing for every one of us.
Mr. Elvis, the reason why it's a proverb in Yoruba that the needle may look very small, but no end fit swallow needle. Why? You go buy. So that's why I made that proverb.
Exactly. Because at the end of the day, if you check it, this is part of the things that I talk about all the time, that good name is better than riches. Peter Obi have built a name for himself. You hear that Ghana citizen, they talk just now, that I would do anything to come listen to Peter Obi. Can you imagine? I am looking forward to the day I will see somebody talking from another African country that I will do anything to come listen to Tinubu, or to come listen to Atiku, or to come listen to who? All this set of satanic people that have caused every pains that we all are facing today. But these people don't care. They want to continue to loot and save for the future of their children, their children's children, and all that. But they are not interested about the good name. The only people that call them good name or that praises their satanic names are the people that is benefiting from their satanic acts. Go check them. Go for example, now for those state people that is always saying my leader, like Agberus. Graduate in those states, we have lots of graduates that is so useless. I'm talking about front runners. Go check them when they are doing their life and all that. My leader, talk like Agberus, and you are a graduate just because of what you want to benefit. So meanwhile, let's move on. I want to appreciate Madam Luke. Madam Luke, you surprised me. I want to say thank you very much for this. When I see your support, I was shocked. I was like, who? Make I clean my eye. What is happening here? I can't look the name. I can say, wow. Mother Luke, I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm very, very grateful. This encouragement means a lot to me. You know, it means a lot to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May God bless you. May your pocket never run dry. You know, I really do appreciate you for the support that you're giving to this channel. You know, it's a great encouragement to me, to every one of us that is here. You know, I appreciate every one of you that is supporting us directly or indirectly. Anyhow, you know, you are organically supporting this channel to move on every day. I want to say we are very, 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 very grateful. I'm not taking anybody for granted. Some of you come into this channel, the first thing you do is to pray for me. You know, I dey read them, no worry. I dey see them. I'm grateful. It means a lot to me. Sometimes I want to spend 1 hour, make a quick comment. When I see those prayers, it means a lot to me to stay longer. Sometimes I want to end the show quickly, and I hear the voice of my brother give us a mandate saying that Nigeria may give us more time, Jonah, or God saying it means a lot to me. So I'm grateful. I'm not taking anybody for granted. May God bless you all, my wonderful, wonderful people. Mother Luke, may God bless you. May God bless you. All right, I would like us to call on the next person to speak to us, which is we have Mr. Jonathan as the second person on the panel today. I can see a lot of people already calling in. Please let me take 3. After Mr. Jonathan, I'll take 1 more, then I'll give opportunity for somebody, at least 3 persons to call in before we move on to the other panelists. Mr. Jonathan, good evening to you, sir. It's good to have you here today. Please talk to us, sir.
Hello, Mr. Elvis. How
Yes,
are you doing today?
Yes, I'm good. Thank you, sir.
Greetings to everyone there, and all the panelists, and all those that are listening as well. I just want to, say that that country, Nigeria, when you just look at it, you just see nonsense everywhere. I mean, literally nonsense everywhere. We see nonsense flourishing all over the place. I mean, flagrant nonsense all over the place. When the governor, the one that was affirmed today in Kano, was giving a speech, he said, democracy has come to Nigeria. Can you just hear that? And Mr. Give us a mandate. I agree entirely with all your analysis. There is nothing more to add. You know, the fact that you stated that we have 2 sides of Nigeria. We don't have one. There are 2 sides of Nigeria that we have. The judgment today from the Supreme Court with respect to Kano is for the people of Kano. It's not for Nigeria. The same Supreme Court delivered judgment on the case of Lawan, the former Senate president. They delivered judgment. We all know the shenanigans on that. On Akpabio, the current one, we know their judgment on the, with respect to the case of Enugu, Lagos. We all know that. They gave the judgment not because of ANPP, not because of Abba Yusuf. It is because of the people of Kano who are ready to fight for their mandate. They stand ready to fight. How I wish when Yakub delivered that crooked announcement at the dead of the night at 4 a.m. in the morning, Nigerians troop out for 2 days, and then they mellow down. And then when the Court of Appeal delivered their judgment, Nigeria trooped out for 1 week. That the country nearly, turned upside down, if not upside down, and then they mellow down. I will see how the Supreme Court will came up with that judgment. If the people of Kano had done nothing after the appeal court, that is their petition tribunal itself, and they did nothing after the appeal court, it will have been a walkover today. The Supreme Court will just give it to APC. But they dare not, because they have seen the spirit and the determination of the people of Kano. Even APC cannot, the APC dare not do that. So you can see that Nigeria as a country is for Nigerians, and they would only Nigerians will take their country back when they are ready to. The people of Kano today took their country. It is not Kwankwaso, it is not the Supreme Court. They don't have that guts to deliver the judgment otherwise today. And for the Nigerian police, I said it yesterday, I said those people, they don't have work to do. That's another nonsense. They just don't have work to do. It's an attempt to control the populace, to control their mind. If they have work to do, they are busy enough. They will be in Plateau. They will be in Benue, protecting those villagers, those farmers. What happened will not have happened. What we saw on the eve of Christmas, it will not have happened. They don't have job to do. That's why they are running their mouth. It's just so nonsensical. Psychophancy at its very best. Just want to be seen as doing work for his crooked master. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. The first lady on that one, that's another nonsense. That's just another nonsense. But I dare the judge, that judge that will come out and say he wants to overrule that. I'm still waiting to see. The Nigerian judiciary is not robust to that extent that they will throw it. They will tell the president to return the money from the budget back to the treasury. I dare them. I dare that judge. I'm still looking. I'm still waiting to see how a judge in the Nigerian judiciary, as is presently constituted, will rule against the criminal budgetary allocation. We know it's criminal in the first place, but the Nigerian judiciary don't have that stamina to rule against that. That is just the sad part of the whole thing. To rule against that budgetary allocation, allocating 1.5 billion naira to the office of the First Lady, who's the office in the first place that is not recognized in the Constitution. Does it even have to get to this point where lawyers have to go to court? That's another nonsense. A country of greed and sycophants and liars. And on the cancellation of the conference, this past weekend in Ghana, it's a big news for today. It's not that news, but when you look at it, it's a big news. However, it is still relevant to talk about it and to highlight it. The fact that African government just can't accommodate objectivity. They can't. They can't accommodate freedom of speech. They can't accommodate freedom of assembly just because they can't face the truth. They can't face the truth coming from the people. They are scared to death to hear the truth coming out because they know what the truth can do. The truth can bring people together. The truth can energize the people. The truth is what will give that momentum, and all they want to do is to kill the truth. Ghana is a very pivotal, country as far as African democracy is concerned. It's a very, very pivotal country. When we go back to the history of Kwame Nkrumah. So whether they like it or not, it will still happen. It will still happen in Ghana. if this event, this conference will still happen in Ghana, whether the government of Ghana likes it or not. All eyes are always on Ghana. Ghana plays a very, very important role when it comes to African democracy. So whether they like it or not, they can try, but they cannot suppress the will and the freedom of the people. They can't do that. I will give it, lastly, I will just round up. I can't, end my submission without, giving it to Mr. Peter Obi again. And I will continue to do that. I will continue to highlight it at every opportunity that I have. Playing that role of effective opposition. That is what Nigeria has missed since independence, since the commencement of this current dispensation of whatever they call it. It's not democracy as far as we know it. I will give it to him. He's championing an effective opposition in Nigeria. And that is what, again, the government cannot stand. They just can't stand it. Even what we're doing on a daily basis across different platforms, they just can't stand it. As I said, they cannot face the truth. They can't face the truth. And I will give it to Mr. Peter Obi over and over and over again, just play that role of effective opposition. All the politicians in Nigeria, I have not seen any one of them, not single. If anyone I've seen, maybe there is one footprint somewhere, there's one footage somewhere you want to bring out of any major politician, elected politicians in Nigeria that have said anything with respect to the policies of this crooked government. Everything as far as they are concerned that this government is doing is fine. And 2 years' time now, they will be carrying their babariga all over the place. They want to contest election. On what? And they will be talking of change. They think people are stupid. Everything is on record now. Because if you want to run, you will either run based on the fact that you are continuing what the government has done. You are continuing. That's what you want to continue on. Or you have a different idea completely. And if you do, what are your ideas now that is different from what this government is doing now? We are not hearing them saying, they're saying nothing. Even if you are not going to go against the government, at least be on record that you support it, so that you will not flip-flop in 2 years' time if there will be an election in that country, or 3 years' time. There will be no room for you to flip-flop. You see, that is their game. Being vague. Don't say anything now, so that in 2-3 years' time, you have the room to say anything. That is the game. That is where we must hold Nigerian government, Nigerian politicians accountable. They must come out. They must be specific at all times. Without that, you cannot hold them accountable, because it will always be, I don't know. If you ask any senator, let's just fast forward a little bit. Let's just pretend that we are now in 2027. Let's just pretend that we are now in 2027 or 2026, 2027. And one of the governors now wants to be the president for whatever reason. Who will ask that governor in 2026, 2027, what is your position on better edu? Or what was your position? Because that's how the question will be framed by that time. Mr. Governor, you now want to be president. What was your position on better edu? What was your position on the 1.5 billion that was allocated to the office of the First Lady? Will you do the same if you get there? What was your position on all these policies, on the budget, what let us know? There is nothing to compare because he didn't say anything now. So he will only say what we want to hear then in 2026, 2027. There is nothing, so you can't know his mind. You can see the game they play on Nigerians. But again, as I always say here, the more we look, the more we see. That is their game. Being vague. And it works well. That game works well. Even on our individual level, it works very well. Hold them accountable. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. I really appreciate the opportunity. Thanks to everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan Kiss. God bless you, sir. You can see that you talk much today because I didn't give time. You know, say no matter the time when they give Mr. Jonathan, that is analysis. you know the reason we go analyze them properly. Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful submission. I'd like to, before I call on Madam Nena, I'd like to quickly appreciate Martin Benjamin. Martin Benjamin, thank you very much for the super chat. May God bless you. You said, my brother, I can't really say this. Let me take, oh, nothing is working here again. 1 minute, guys. I need to read this text. It's very important for me. Okay, you said, my brother Elvis, God will continue to bless you for all you do to our people, Nigeria. Thank you very much, Martin Benjamin. May God bless you. May your pocket never run dry. Thanks for all you do. Guys, help us to press on that like button, please. I have not actually checked the like. Make I just go come and check on now. Make I know how many one don't give me today. And not come be like say I dey ask and I'm not monitoring it. Okay, currently we have 114 likes. Please, guys, can you press on that like? You know, let's take if we have about 300 people watching us, although our visibility today is quite low. But at least press on the like if you are listening to my voice. God bless you all. Okay, Madam Nena, it's good to have you here today. Good evening to you, ma. Please, I'd like you to talk to us.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you.
Good evening, people. Niger Watch family. Thank you so much. It's a privilege to be here once again. It's a privilege to be part of discussions and laying our voices to what is going on in Nigeria. Mr. Elvis, thank you most especially for you. I always say it every time that with everyone that comes here and everybody that comes here, there's one common denominator, and that person is you. Even when we are not here, you're always here. So God bless you so very much. And everyone
Thank
else
you.
that is here today, God bless you. And may God continue to strengthen you, continue to
Amen.
strengthen everybody. Look, I just want to quickly say something, we always make one statement on this place about the issue of people talking and talking and talking. And oftentimes people think that the most of this talk that people talk all the time, as much as we know that there is every possibility. I use the word every possibility because I'm a very, very positive person. There's every possibility that nothing can be done to take out the current government in Nigeria at this moment. But the truth remains that the words that we speak and the tensions that people are putting up through the words and people like from Niger Watch and every other well-meaning platforms like this, they're making impact in the society. And when you see the things that happen around, it makes you to actually believe. For me, for one person, it makes me to actually believe that whatever we say, all the things that we say, the analysis or the criticisms and calling out and everything that we do is actually making impact. Why do I say that? I start first of all with the comment of the Nigerian police. When I listened to that thing in NRS TV this morning, it made me laugh. And it made me laugh in the sense that, there's some message I got from what that police chief was saying. And that is simply the fact that these people are actually afraid of Nigerians. The only reason why it seems as if they are not afraid is because Nigerians don't understand, like the masses of the nation have not really understand the enormous power that is in their hands. When they make attempts to make the move, you cannot but imagine how much these people will shiver and how much they shiver. It seems as if to me, that's part of the thing I also got from the man's body language and the words he spoke. Because sometimes I always tell people, most times when people talk, unless they hear more of what they are not saying than what they're saying, it makes me to believe that most times these people oftentimes sleep with one eyes open, because they sleep with this so much of anxiety of who knows what people will do tomorrow, who knows if something will happen tomorrow, who knows. Now it gives me that impression that they live in that moment of who knows what is going to happen. And that is why you always see them come out with this would I call it proactive move of trying to first of all intimidate the people before the people make any move. In the first place, that comment that the policeman made, saying that this new slogan in Nigeria, "No grief for anybody," is something incisive and something that I can't remember the exact word that was used. Apparently, he's invariably is trying to insinuate that that comment could bring about a kind of revolution. Does that not spell the fact that these people are actually afraid that there is the potentiality, the possibility of no grief, because they do not really understand the angle that Nigerians are coming. So they are now trying to kind of put off this hard front of would I say trying to intimidate the people, trying to subject the people, trying to subdue them even before they try to make a move. And it tells me of this particular saying that the evil man runs when no one is pursuing them. Otherwise, why would people be saying no grief for anybody, and a slogan that could be interpreted anyhow, or it can be used in every different angles, and now suddenly the police are afraid of it? And I want to believe that what the police is saying is not just coming from the police. It might be the fear of most of these people in government already. For people to wake up and come up with this slogan, "No grief for nobody," they'll be like, who knows what these people are planning? I don't know. This is my own personal interpretation, the way I see it. And that should send a message to Nigerians to tell them that, look, you actually have a lot of powers in your hands. These people are actually afraid. Look, one person was just analyzing something one time with a friend, and I was telling them, I said, look, what people call having power is not really power per se, but it's actually temporal relevance. Because the power that people think they have is the power that people give, that the masses give them. When the Nigerians decide to take away power, like when people decide to take away power from that person who supposedly think that they have power, because the truth about it is that these people in government, how many are they, and how many are the Nigerian masses? So Nigerians, this should tell you that you really actually command a lot of power and authority if only you decide to use it, because these people are already shivering just by that comment alone. Like I said, this is my own personal interpretation. This is the way I see it, and this is the meaning I read into what that man is saying. So if not, why would you be afraid that people are saying no grief for anybody? Why should that be something that be sending jitteries to your spine at this point in time? Why should that even be something that should bother anybody? That is just the way I see it. They are afraid. So Nigerians, if they truly believe that no grief for anybody, this is the year you would make it that decision that you will not grieve even for this government. Whatever you need to do, however you need to do to hold them accountable, to hold them by the balls and make them, subject to what is going on. Is that from me or from, is anything happening? I think Mr. Manager Watch is no longer here. Can everybody hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, it seems like we lost Mr. Elvis and one or two other people that were on the panel. Yeah, so that is just my own, like I said, that is my own interpretation of what I deduced from what that police chief was saying. And apparently whatever he's saying was not making any sense. And then I come quickly to the issue of Kano State. The issue of Kano State. Yes, I agree so much with what Give Us a Mandate said about the fact that these people cannot but go by the bidding of the Supreme Court. Even though we know that NNPP man won election, but APC wanted to play the fast one on them. Look, anybody that knows Kano and that part of northern part of Nigeria will know that those people don't play. Those people do not play. They don't play. When they get up, when they mean business, they mean business. So the fear of those people made it the game that they play in other states and get away with it. They know that they cannot place that game in Kano State and get away with it. If they had tried not to uphold the candidature, the governorship, governor, if they had made the mistake of trying to play the same game they play other places and get away with it. If they played it in Kano, what would have happened? They wouldn't have believed it. They know too well that there was no way they could have gotten away with it. They know too well. So I give it up to Kano people. I'm not hailing or applauding the Supreme Court. I'm just hailing the Kano people, because, like I said, I've been to Kano. I know Kano. I know how those people behave. I know how these people react to things. I know how they handle things. When they say it, they would have turned this nation upside down. They would have, even those Supreme Court judges and everything, they know that they will not have no peace if they had made the mistake of not upholding that governor. It would have been a disaster that was waiting to happen if they had not done it. So I'm not surprised that they upheld it. I'm not just surprised at all. Anybody that has sense should know the best. It's the best thing to do in a situation like that. Then I come quickly to the conference in Ghana. It's so unfortunate, and it is becoming very clear and very glaring to everybody, Nigerians and Africans at large, to know that these our African leaders, they are people who do not want to hear the truth, who do not want to do right for the people. They just don't want to do right for the people. From the little that I got from that thing that happened in Ghana, aside from and honestly speaking, allegedly, that is my own personal opinion also. As much as I can say that Ghanaian president did drop the ball, he did what he did, it is for the politically motivated. I want to believe that the apparition in Aso Rock also played a role in whatever that happened in Ghana. That is my own personal opinion. Anybody can say, I did not get the information from anywhere. I did not get it everywhere. I just put it out there. It is, if you want to quote me, I said it. This is my own personal opinion. The Ghanaian president, first of all, whatever that had happened, that thing was not a mistake. It was not there's no other story they can bring around it to defend that action of canceling that conference, except the singular fact that is politically motivated, and the fact that these are people who have decided, because of their devilish, evil-minded nature, that they do not want to hear the truth and they do not want to do right for the people. But the truth about it remains that no matter what they do, there was something that P2B said, and every other person there was with him there copied it and said the same thing, even though they were not in the conference hall. That the conference, I don't know how they put it, the conference or something like that, that the conference team went on, because look, no matter how people try to hide the truth,
Convention center.
Convention center, thank you so much. That was the word they used. Even though we are not in the convention center, the convention is still going on. No matter how you try to hide the truth will always come out. There is no way you can hide the light. There's no way darkness can overshadow light, no matter how thick darkness is. Once a small glimmer of light comes, that darkness must dissipate. That is just it. That darkness must disappear. No matter, darkness can be as thick as anything, but a tiny candle or light or torchlight or whatever you bring will make a huge difference in that thick darkness. That is just the truth. So, and I skip it up again for P2B. I don't know if anybody have noticed. For me, since the Nigerian presidential election, a lot has been coming up, not just in the Nigerian scene, but in the international scene, in African scene and international scene. And I give it to that one singular man who I so much believe that there's a lot of grace, a lot of positive charisma and aura that surrounds him. And that man is Peter the Rock Obi. There is something about that man. I don't know for other people. I see it. There is a trend since that man came out. Since after this election in Nigeria, there is something about that man that we are yet to see. Look at how much that student leader made a comment. He said, me seeing P2B in the flyer made me to travel a long distance to be sure that I'm going to be here.
Exactly.
That man in Nigeria, Mr. Elvis, can you imagine? Who is that man? From Tinubu.
Because the word is washing.
That is
the word is washing. Is unique.
That is the point. So when we think that people don't see what is going on, when we think that people don't hear what is going on, people are actually saying and people are actually hearing. Who could have believed that? That boy did not mention any other person. He said, I saw P2B in the... This person is not a Nigerian. That guy is not a Nigerian living in Ghana. He is a Ghanaian. He said, I saw... And I want to believe there are other people that may have traveled from other parts of Africa to come there just because they saw the man P2B in the flyer. Can you imagine a man who carries such grace and such charisma and some nincompoop in Nigeria will sit on the street and say, why will such a person come? As far as we live, the lives of Reno Mokri open his mouth. As long as I'm alive, so P2B cannot be. Look, he's saying what he's saying as if he has the power to make P2B or not to make P2B be president. He's saying it because the criminals were able to do what they did. If P2B had become the president, or if they had allowed the thing to leave it at a level playing ground, and let's see what would the likes of Reno Mokri do? Absolutely nothing. The people like that can afford to make the comment, and every other person, they can afford to make the comment they make because the criminals manipulated what they manipulated. But the world is have seen it that this man has something in him. This man, let people travel distance now to come and listen to Tinubu. That's why when he goes for a conference, he hires 1,040 something people to go because he wants to have crowd, his psychophants in the hall that will clap for him. Who wants to come and listen to a character like that? Who wants to come and listen to Bajabi Amila? Who wants to come and listen to all these people that surround? Nobody. Is that my people will say, this is person past person. P2B has something about him. P2B has something about him. I don't know for other people. For me, honestly speaking, each time I see that man talk, each time I see there's a charisma, there is an aura around him that the world is yet to see. And this election of Nigeria have really exposed it in a way that we never knew. For many people, never knew. For people who are positive-minded, and for people who are not even positive-minded, they are just trying to say something against P2B in order to make themselves feel good. But they know the truth about this man. And it hurts me, it pains me that Nigeria missed an opportunity of a man like P2B at a time like this. It pains me so. Each time I see it, it hurts me. This is a man that other country would have said, how we wish another a nationality of another country can just come and be our president. I tell you, other countries will gladly carry that P2B and say, I beg, if Nigerians don't want you, come be our president. I'm telling you. I've heard people, I met a Sierra Leonean that I work with that said it. Say, I wish it's possible. I wish it's possible. No, not a Sierra Leonean, from Gambia. The lady said, I wish it's possible for us to just carry P2B. If Nigerians don't want him, bring him, let him come and be our president. That is how people feel about this man. And Nigerians, because these people don't want to do right. And also, from what I understand, I think that one of the people that organized that event is a supposed upcoming opponent to the present Ghanaian government. So it's like, this is just a way to suppress a political opponent. And you see how terrible and how dark-minded these individuals are. And you think, and one thing I like about people, most of these other countries, look at how the youth trooped in their numbers to come and protest against this thing. But in Nigeria, everybody will cross their legs. They will tell you, wait here, okay, election don't come, okay. But when other people are trying to make their voices heard, to air their grievances and their annoyance over things that does not go well with them, Nigerians are folding their arms. It is only us in the diaspora that are carrying this wahala on our heads. People back home, I don't know. But it's just unfortunate that we have a bunch of leaders who have vowed not to do right for the people. They have vowed not to just, listen and care, give a hoot about what happens to the Nigerians. It's just so sad. And finally, I end with the issue of the First Lady. It's so unfortunate that we are still talking about this issue of the First Lady. This is one of the things that all Nigerians should have, as many people as possible should have put their mouth into to join this guy that took this bold step to take this into court. Say, yes, we stand by you because this madness cannot continue. And he said it rightly. This Oluremi Tinubu last year came and was bragging to us how they have money. They don't care about Nigerian money. Please, let somebody correct me if I'm wrong. The 1.5 billion that is allocated to her office, is that her personal money? Is that her personal money? Is that not Nigerian money? So what was that bragging about? We have the money. We don't need Nigerian money. Are you kidding me? And Ayo that's coming up to say if they want an office of the government, why? Then at the end of the day, Nigeria will be electing 3 people because that is what it means. You have the president, you have the first lady, and you have the vice. Are you kidding me? It is not done anywhere. And I like the way Obati came in and said, no, we don't. It is not constitutional, it is not legal, and it should not happen. It is not done. When Trump was the president of America, Melania was busy doing her modeling job and keeping her business. When Obama was the president, Michelle was doing her thing, there's never been anything. And then bring it home. Peter Obi, it is on record, go and verify, was the one governor that served for his tenure as a governor that never had an office of the first lady. He said it. He said, I was not elected into office with my wife. I was not elected into office with my wife. Whatever pet project she wants to do, she can take personal money and handle it. There was never anything like the office of the first lady throughout the tenure of Peter Gregory. That man has a lot of pedigree that we can look around. And he said it, I am not a saint, but obviously I am not a criminal. After all, nobody is a saint, but Peter B is a man without a dent politically. How did we miss this man as a president? It is so sad, honestly speaking. When I look at all these things, it breaks my heart. And I ask myself, how can we ever get out of this quagmire? How can we ever get out of this madness? How can we get out of this foolishness and evil that is going on that has befallen us? How? And that is this. In fact, this Ghana thing made me, for one person, no matter what it is, whether Peter be cursing a bit, I will keep supporting this man anywhere this man finds himself. Whatever this man wants to do, I will keep supporting this man. It is so sad. How did we miss this man? And how can we ever get somebody like him or this man at least to be our president, even if it's for 2 years in Nigeria? It is so sad. Honestly speaking, it breaks my heart. Mr. Evis, I'll leave it at this point. This is just how I feel for now. Thank you. I don't know if there's any other video. These are the videos, the ones that I met when I came in. I don't know if there's another thing that I missed. But whichever it is, maybe before the program ends, I might have one or the other 2 things to say. Thank you so much, everyone. God bless you. Madam Busy Brains, Happy New Year. I'm seeing you for the first time this year.
Hey, happy New Year, my sister. I was going to say, good to hear your voice. Really happy to be here today, honestly. I was able to come in. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. God bless you. Thank you so much, Mr. Evis. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Madam Nena. Thanks for that wonderful submission. Yes, if I have to agree with you, Mr. Peter Obi is a unique man, but unfortunately, this satanic set of people know who he is. That's why they are doing everything possible to stop him anywhere. So I don't know, to be honest. I wish we can find more of him, in Nigeria that can rescue us out of where we are today. Listen, how the message is sent to the federal government about better edu, telling the federal government that they shouldn't take it lightly at all, that she should be punished and everybody affiliated with that crime. Just imagine it was Peter Obi in office as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, how he handled that particular case. So, but what do I know? Some of us are hating this man for no reason. We are where we are today because of, I don't know. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that if Peter Obi were to be the president, Better Edu saga will not even happen because Peter Obi will not send lists to Better Edu. The lists were forwarded to Better Edu from Aso Rock, so that will not even happen at all in the first place. You see,
because at the end of the day, we miss this man, Sha. We miss this man. Some satanic people are listening to me now, either on comment section or watching right now, that still don't want to hear the name Peter Obi. Then if you ask them, what do you want? Thank you very much, Mother Busy Brains, for your time with us today. It's good to hear from you. Good evening to you, man. Please talk to us.
Good evening, Oga Elvis. Good evening, my dear panelists. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everyone. Mommy Diaspora, we love you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for all that you do. Really appreciate all that every returning member, day in, day out, that come to this platform to make it happen. And for those that are also sewing onto the platform, God bless each and every one of you. You see, I don't take what you are doing for granted, Oga Elvis. Yes, granted that one has not been around. There has been so much. I've got people around and never want to join the platform. As I'm talking in my car. So it's been very hectic because I've not been able to join. When I was going to join the other day, something happened. I couldn't, but I'm happy to be here today. So much has happened in Nigeria. It is one day new story. One day new challenge. Honestly,
Madam Bizibra, are you there? Oh, we lost you. We can't hear you anymore, madam. Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm on my phone. That is why. So call came in.
Okay.
So sorry, yes. You see, Nigeria, I don't know that the panelists before me, everybody spoke my mind. The only thing that one has right now is hope. Hope that Nigeria will do well, that Nigeria will find its feet. And like Mr. Jonathan said, I 100% agree. I agree with the fact that this thing that we are doing, this democracy that we are doing, it is only for those who are able to practice it. The Kano people, if only Nigeria was like that. The whole of Nigeria was like that. I sat down to analyze what is going on. And this is what I will say. You see, the people in the north, in Kano, they have nothing to lose. They have nothing to lose if they stake it all out. The only thing they have is their belief. Is their belief in whoever they've been told to believe in. While those in the south, they have their wealth to lose. Wealth in the sense, a lot of people are entrepreneurs, have their work of hand, they have struggled to build something from the scratch, and the fear of losing that keeps them in bondage. Like the ones in Kano, the Almajiris, what do they have to lose? But you see, that is the reason. That is where I'm sitting down and I'm thinking, why are people not on the street? See what, just like Give Us Our Mandate was saying, why is it that in Lagos did not get the right verdict? Because this man that is on the seat in Lagos, we know he did not win. We know it was landslide. Somebody that did NSAS that massacred people, and it is at the back of that the obedient movement took its stride. And then you tell me that the Lagosians themselves would keep him there? It does not make sense. It doesn't make sense. But why did they stay indoors? How come nobody is coming out to stand to divide and rule? they use divide and rule to cripple people with fear, to threaten people that they would lose their wealth. They've tried even demolishing people's houses to keep them in bondage, to keep them mute so that they cannot talk when a time such as this comes. That is the reason why we should all be prepared to lose it all. Or else the only thing that we really genuinely have is our will. And if they take it away from us, then what do we have? We can see that in Kano, their will was not taken away from them because that was all they had, and they stood there to fight for their will. And I'm going to say here, I'm not even the victory in Plateau State where they didn't upturn the governor's mandate. I'm thinking is at the back of what happened in Kano. Because I am sure that the revolution would have started from there if that mandate was not did not give the people their will. The revolution that Nigeria is desperately seeking would have started from there. And then we will see where it will end. Because it is like wildfire, bushfire, that when it starts from one end, you do not know where it will end. I really, really hope that as we move on, Nigeria and Nigerians will be able to stake it all and say to hell with it, and say I lose it all. I lose it all because my will is more powerful to me. Those people whose houses were demolished in Lagos. So what has happened? What does that show us? That in a country like Nigeria, your wealth is not your wealth. You cannot, your wealth is not your wealth. A country like Nigeria where people can, you are sitting in your own house, day to day, somebody will come and steal from you, they will buy you, and then there is nothing you can do. And then there is nothing you can do. The government itself will come and say, no, today this house, you built it on the wrong track, and come and demolish it. Demolish your hard work. So what wealth have you got? A country like Nigeria does not allow us to build wealth. It is not wealth. We do not have any wealth except you do their will. So what are we? They've turned us to slaves. We've got no say. You can amass your wealth, you will lose it the very next day at the will of one bastard in Asokoro. Oh, sorry, Oga Elvis. Sorry, I didn't want to get there.
Please, thank you.
Sorry. By the will of one corrupt person that took himself, which diabolical means that got them to that place, at the whim of them, they just destroy it. Let me the Supreme.
That busy break, we lost you again. I hope you're not receiving calls.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, sorry. You see, the truth of the matter is there is no justice. This Supreme Court, they've upheld or they've upturned whatever judgment for people who got what they want. The judgment in Plateau stayed, but at the end of the day, if Lagos the right judgment is not there, then there is no justice. On what grounds was Kano, was Plateau, and Enugu, and whichever state? On what grounds did they give justice? If Lagos is still if that man is still there in Lagos, On what grounds? Which makes me query the judgment. Just because it went in my way in my own state does not mean I am happy with the judgment. Because at the end of the day, who knows what deals went and they went to court with my own governor? Who knows? Who knows if they've got to court deal and say, okay, we will give you this and this and this. That will do. I mean, do this, do this, do this. Then we will not upturn your judgment. Right now, I do not trust anything called politician. You see, anything called politician, that name politician now, it is synonymous to a criminal. When somebody wants to give it, when a criminal wants to change their name, they will say they are politicians. When a thief wants to change their name, they say they are politicians. When a man with no integrity, no scruples, no moral standing, when a man that will go and rape his own family, rape everybody, do the whole most heinous thing, they'll come and say they are politicians. That is the name that covers the varied crimes, the varied immorality. They cover it as politicians. Daniel Bwala is an example of politicians that politic. That really hit me. I don't know why it hit me. I'm not PDP. I don't do PDP. Nothing there. No. It hit me. I don't understand how human beings make it. It is on record. It is on print. Where they will say one thing, say one thing. Even this wicked cancer man. See how they make a U-turn. Politicians, honestly, for anybody who's going into the game, they call it a game, isn't it? Please don't say you are going into politics. I would christen it a game changer. Anybody that is going there with the intention of doing the right thing. My Peter Obi is not a politician, he is a game changer. Anybody that is going in it for the right reason is a game changer, because the name politics to me is synonymous to something dirty, something disgusting, something vile. That is what is vermin. That is what politicians and politics is right now. No matter what you think you have, whatever credibility you have, you are vermin till you prove yourself to be a game changer. You are going in there as a politician, I will see you as a vermin. Then when you prove yourself, then we will now call you a game changer, not a politician. They've made that thing a dirty, dirty, dirty place to be. No scruples, everybody is, where will you stand? You stand for nothing, then you will fall for anything and everything. And then they want us to put our trust in them. Honestly, it is with the tokenistic measure that they have come, that they are cutting government. Is it only in entourage? Is it only entourage they can cut? Can you imagine? They think we are fools. They think we are kobo. We are babies using feeding bottle. We have feeding bottle in our mouth. What a shamble. And that is why you see with every turn, the game changer, Dr. Gregory Peter Obi, he is above them in guys. Let me not be blasphemous, because I will say, as far as the earth is from as far as the heavens is from the earth, that is how far behind he has left them. It is not, you just come and say 60. How much is it? Entourage. How many times do they travel that they are saying they are cutting? That is not where the cost is, where they need to cut. They should cut it first of all by saying all these politicians, those 160 million cars, let us sell it and use the money. Go and buy made in Nigeria car. Bring the rest of the money. We will use it for governance. If they cannot return the cars back, they should sell the cars and youth will be remaining for governance. They cannot be treating Nigerians as, that is why we need to be putting hand in their eye. Putting hand in their eye every turn. That is a platform such as this. It is the gift of our time. The gift of our time. The shame that the youth, this is Oga Elvis, a platform such as this is what is going to renew the minds of our youth. The youth of our time, who they have given the opportunity to go there and go and shine. We are saying we are the youth are for tomorrow. Better edu, 37 a bit 39. You've gone and shown yourself. You've gone and shown yourself. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. But you see, the problem is this. This is my thinking of the matter. She was there for a moment like this to be used to show this man, for him to win cheap political points, and in the process punish the youth and say, after all, not the youth be that one. Now they say now only the elder elite are corrupt. Is this not a young person who has come to show us how to even do the corruption? But they knew her antecedents. She was not clean hands when she was appointed. A lot of the people that he had put in as ministers and all that, giving appointments, one appointment or the other, they have shown themselves to be disapproved. They are not an approved group of people at all, because they have dipped their hands in one situation or the other and have caused mayhem against Nigerians. And then you now call them and give them position of power. What a shame. What a shame. What a big shame. The convention in Ghana. Wow. The way I see it is quite telling. The convention in Ghana is quite telling that they cancelled a convention that is about to happen, and it drew a lot of crowd around Ghana. It is very telling. Why do I say that? They said the powers that be. Who are the powers that be? It's not even the Ghanaian government that have cancelled that. The Ghanaian government were also playing under a directive, under a script. The way I see it, that is showing us that Africa is getting to the point of unity. They do not want Africa to unite. They don't want the unity of Africans. And those people that were going, the 4 key speakers that were going to go and facilitate or speak at that event, one of whom is our beloved principal. These are people of integrity. Their words is beginning to resound across Africa. When they speak, Africans listen. And these people know. And Africans, their eyes are opening. People are getting awake. We are waking up to the antics of our enemies. And they now see that if these people carry on, they are not becoming the powerful four from what I am seeing. If the powerful four move from one country to the other and do conventions and give talks like this, conscientizing Africans, opening Africans' minds, telling us that we can do more, bringing belief back into our spirit and our souls, and uniting us in the process, what do you think will happen? What do you think will happen? The people like these cabals that are leading us in Nigeria, the so-called political elites in Nigeria and other countries in Africa, they will be kicked out, because the people will now come into their realization that they are really the people that should be in control. They are in control, but they've been asleep for so long. So they do not want the conscientization of Africans. And that is what ideally the church should be doing. The church should be waking people up to the evil that is amongst us. But the church is the one that is not perpetrating the evil, as you can see in the expose of TB Joshua. I am one of those that I have never appreciated I had a healthy dose of distrust for the person called TB Joshua. Sorry for anybody who is a follower, who is going to the church, but man, we've been hearing these rumors for a long time. And that is even to tell you, if it is a true man of God, a building falls down, killing how many people? How did he treat it? How did he deal with it? What was the thing? What did he do? The Bible tells us about the fruit. By their fruits we shall know them. What fruitful actions did he take to make you feel that he is really a man of God, but rather to turn it and say that people are against him, that it is him they are after? Can you see the example of the so-called men of God? I don't even want to go into the criminalities, the horrific, disgusting acts that he perpetrated against women and children, including his own child, for the fear of exposure. You see, that BBC were the ones that had to go and expose it, to do a documentary. I'm not impressed. BBC, the Bambarao Corporation, I am not impressed that they did that to open up. They brought it out in their own way. Their attack is an attack on the church. It is an attack on the church. Why did they wait till now? Well, I gather it's been in the making for 2 years. But is that the only story they can go and carry? Just like somebody posted on X, why did they not go to Epstein Island? The horrific things that one person has done, and the blackmail receipts he has against the world leaders. Why did they not go and do an expose on him? Because even the son of the soil the son of the queen was part of them. Why did they not go and do an expose? BBC Bambarao, we do not buy you. We do not appreciate that act that you've done. That you have done it to expose what? I see it is an attack on the church. While I do not condone what the man has done, I feel there are a lot of people that have come out in the past to speak. Why did they not amplify it then, years ago? Why didn't they? When they carry out documentaries like this, they should give us the reasoning behind why they choose such a story. And for now, I'm going with my own theory that it was to so right now there is a strong attack against Christianity. The so-called men of God are helping to destroy the church, to bring down what they did not build. But at the end of the day, God did not leave. The church is not about any one person or a building. They are trying to bring so much disrepute to the name of Jesus. Anyway, Oga Elvis, thank you for allowing me to rant for now. I will put my submission here. So, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Busy Brace. That was a good submission on this particular session. We didn't give anybody time to talk, so everybody just talk and express themselves how it's supposed to be. Yes, if you look at the situation of our country, it's very, very pathetic. I was watching a video today. I think somebody posted it I don't know if it was in our group or another group. The person started by saying that, the lady was talking from Nigeria, that there's no day in Nigeria you hear good news. Every news you hear is a bad news. I was like, oh, wow. Sometimes when I say this on my broadcasts, it looks like we are just saying this because we want to talk about something.
Oga Elvis, Abuja now, it's not. I have family from Abuja that are in my house right now. Only we are getting calls every day that they've done this here, they've done this there, they fight somebody there. Random unrest, security issues, thieving and everything. I said, well, This man from Bodilon, he has come to the capital with all those agberos. Abi, what has happened? He's come and then the city has lost peace.
It's very sad. It's very, very, very sad. I just hope Nigeria get better in our time. But time is going, you know. Look at today is 12 already. We celebrated New Year the other day. Time is running fast. Time wait for nobody. You know, Mr. Alex, you wanted to come in because I'm calling on the next person for final submission right now. In case you want to come in, a link have been posted already. Thank you very much. But we're having a final submission right now. We're going to do this time. I'm going to time everybody, you know, for 5 minutes. But Mr. Alex is already here. So let's see if he can just give his submission straight away now. Okay, Mr. Alex, thank you very much for joining us. Good evening to you, my brother. Please, I'd like you to just pass your submission before we go on the final submission.
Thank you, Mr. Najawash. Euphoric greetings from my audience table here, from my domicile. I greet those on the comment section, my fellow panelists. As usual, I salute you, our viewers worldwide. I want to say thank you for holding brief for some of us who are sometimes incommunicado. First of all, I want to say, Mr. Najawash and your team, I appreciate you as always for offering your vuvuzela, your social media vuvuzela on this rally for us to confront these politicians on their wicked macabre dance. So I want to continue from where the last speaker stopped. But first of all, I want to take exception to the BBC promulgation, to the hypocrisy of BBC. For me, I wouldn't say TB Joshua was bad or was good because I'm not God. BBC was alive when Lekki Tollgate massacre happened. BBC never deemed it fit, even if it was against the international law of engagement. BBC kept quiet. DW, the German channel, was on ground with bloodstains on the reporter, with video evidence. BBC kept quiet about it. Even when CNN raised alarm, BBC kept quiet about it. The money is stolen on a daily basis by Nigerian politicians to the United Kingdom. BBC cannot investigate such things. They kept quiet. When the whole world was trooping to Nigeria on a political, on what I would call international pilgrimage to see this man of God, where was BBC when he was alive? Don't give me that boogaboo of they were trying to investigate what when he's dead. You can't tell that to the dog. This man, we saw his charitable acts. We saw people from Israel, people from across the globe. He became like a national asset. Ikorodu was placed in the map of the world. Lagos and Nigeria was placed on the map of the world. Even Israel had to appeal to the Nigerian government to give TB Joshua to them. They wanted to move the synagogue, Church of All Nations, to Israel. If Nigeria do not appreciate what they have. The same thing they said about Idahosa, great Idahosa. They said he was allegedly into cocaine pushing and all these things. Tomorrow, they will spread lies about you and me. So BBC for me is hypocritical. BBC is imperialistic. BBC is self-centered. BBC is selective. BBC should go and sleep because they are aware of the wickedness going on in Nigeria for the past how many years about the Boko Haram, Buhari, saga, and everything. Where was BBC for the past 7, 8 to 8 years? Do you know what the BBC did? They announced the visa granting, the Jackpot syndrome. They announced the UK is granting visa to students to come to UK. What about the corruption? People who have no water to drink in Sambisa Forest. People who are in Boronu. So for me, I take exception to that. You don't judge people when they are dead. You had all the chance for 30-something years of this man's ministry to judge him, to pick him up. Anybody can say anything when someone is gone. So for me, it's a boogaboo. It's a fallacy. It is fallacious. For me, it's hypocritical. See, today, the victims of Lekki Tollgate massacre, the families are still crying for justice. Recently, Sanwo-Olu, during the elections, went to release some of the victims that they arrested unjustly. Where was BBC? Sure, they said nothing happened. The Nigerian government under Laya Mohammed, who is still working scot-free. Amnesty International released a report that 1,067,000 souls were lost under Buhari's government. Bishop Kuka stormed the U.S. Congress to give his own address about Buhari, allowing Fulani herdsmen to take people's lives at will. Donald Trump, when he engaged the Buhari, whether the late or the alive Buhari, allegedly, he shook his hands and said, number one, he looked lifeless. He said, secondly, is it true you are killing Christians in Nigeria? Very bold man. He said, I saw that videotape. He said, is it true you are killing Christians in Nigeria? Buhari replied, I quote, it is a case of communal crisis between herders and farmers. Go and verify. So where was BBC when Donald Trump was asking Buhari why he was killing Christians in Nigeria? So for me, we should open our eyes. The bigger enemies are the ones telling us what to believe. TB Joshua lived among us. The building that collapsed in the church, building can collapse anywhere. The law enforcement agent should have done their job and arrested him if he was found guilty while he was alive. And he was sick for over 3 years, treating himself before he gave up the ghost. It's not our right to come here and nail a man who is no longer alive. Because the BBC, who do not want you to see how many billions of pounds your leaders are taking to their country through the Paris Club, through the London Club, through the Swiss Bank, they want to let you know that they are not the ones to tell you who is who in your own country. I'm not saying the man of God was good or bad, but it's not in our case to judge. Look, let's focus. Let's beam the lights on the real enemies, our leaders, the real wicked politicians. TB Joshua did not order the Lekki toll gate killings. TB Joshua did not put Nnamdi Kanu in jail against the Supreme Court ruling. TB Joshua did not switch up beavers that stole our mandate from us. TB Joshua did not order the killings of Christians in Southern Kaduna. TB Joshua did not steal 400 or 585 million as a minister less than a year in office. TB Joshua did not tell your wicked Professor Mahmoud to switch off beavers and sell our mandates. TB Joshua is not the one that told Buhari and the criminal gang of the Buhari government to go suo moto on the borrowing spray without accountability. Dr. Professor Michael Zekome said, ways and means, 23 trillion. Buhari, 1 week before leaving power, he took that money from the Nigerian financial urgence table. TB Joshua did not do that. So BBC should tell us why a British citizen with a British passport is in jail with the DSS in University of Nnamdi Kanu. Why are they quiet? Is there something Nnamdi Kanu knows that the British government is afraid of? Who really ordered the Lekki toll gate killings? They should tell us. These are matters of international, engagements. The Roman Locuta law that prohibits soldiers from even killing, those they are fighting against, if they hands up. Chocolates of citizens singing national anthem, protesting against police brutality. They were massacred, murdered, and the BBC kept quiet. The same BBC said Tinubu's certificate was real. It's just a matter of things fall apart indeed. Chinua Achebe, may so rest in peace. So for me, I understand our political education is not the same. It's not the same because some of us are too smart. We don't know it all. But the BBC, for me, they are just playing the anki-paki, double-decker political, games controlled by the Buckingham Palace. That is my point on this. So for me, they should allow TB Joshua rest. For me, he lived among us. He was born among us. He did amazing things. Even Victor Eddy, a Nigerian celebrity, stood up and said, "This man, God used him to heal me." Allegedly, to heal me of his own skin disease, that the mother also got healed. Danny Amokachi also gave a testimony about how he was almost frustrated. He spent 2 years in the synagogue church of all nations. This man brought him back to normalcy, who now works with Nigerian Football Federation today. I stand to be corrected. A lot of people across the globe receive scholarship, receive monies in millions, in billions. Is this how you pay such a man back? You clap for your leaders. You clap for the people you voted for in Labour Party that turned their back against you. You clap for people who use a pen and a paper to steal your children's future. You clap for people who give you a drug baron allegedly as a president. You clap for people who do not care. As we speak right now, the killings are going on in Plateau State and some parts of the north. So for me, please don't be distracted. Face the reality. Talk to your leaders. let's keep talking. Nigeria Watch, I must appreciate you. We keep listen. We only hear of 1993 when Nelson Mandela was walked out of prison. The victory song, the victory march. No. It started in 1967. In fact, it started in 1950s. I was reading about Mandela, how he started his movement. It was in the 50s he started traveling, educating people across the country, across the continent. He met Gaddafi, he met Fidel Castro, he met Arafat. Before he went to jail, he met leaders, telling them about his vision, about his dreams, about the evil going on, because there was no social media. It took 30 years. Nigeria Watch, your platform is on a move. It's on a march. It's a movement. You may not know today, but it's going to produce leaders who are going to make quotations from people on this platform, who are going to have say their experiences and their political encounter from your platform, because your platform is robust. It's rich. It's real. It's not fake. Even me, sometimes I get corrected. Sometimes nobody is a knowledge domicile here. Nobody is an urgent stable. Nobody can go through a motto on the dictatorial, tendencies when it comes to knowledge on the Java platform. If you are wrong, people will come against you immediately. So let's face it. How is Tinubu appointing people who are looting money less than a year? So that woman that stole money is from Winners, and they said it's a daughter to Oyedikpo. Do we not say Oyedikpo made that to steal? No. You train your children as a parent. You can only do your best. The life they want to live is up to them. Mr. Nigeria Watch here is from a big family of the PDP, but he chose his own path. So please, let's be sensitive. Let's not be distracted. Let's not be distracted at all. And finally, let me quickly put a little point on Mr. Tinubu and this woman. For me, I heard that they are squeezing her. EFCC this woman, for me, should be arrested immediately and taken to court, be charged to court. All this DSS is squeezing her. DSS is, I don't know what they are doing with her. They should just charge her to court and take her to jail if she's found guilty. It's a democracy. Of course, I like the response of Mr. Peter Obi when he said they should cut the cost of governance by 60%. It's made by reduction of the travel entourage. These are things we should be deliberating on. The national continuance of perpetual insecurity, the naira going against the dollar, the hunger in the land. Do you know the way Nigeria is right now? Some of you are on ground. The hunger is palpable. You can't describe it. It's tense. The whole place is tensed up. People are hungry. People are frustrated. They are. And the governors are not helping matters. It's about elections in my own state and in other states, of course. It's about the next tenor. It's about the next. We just quickly need that revolution. We need it. Peaceful demonstration. If need be, it goes the other way around. We can't run a country like this. Borrowing and stealing, borrowing and stealing, borrowing and stealing. That is all that it's just a bandwagon, a roller coaster. So we cannot just, fold our hands and pretend to be distracted by the BBC saga. BBC saga for me, if I were the synagogue church, I would sue BBC. I will. Because where were these guys? If TB Joshua was alive and this was happening, I will not say a word. I don't encourage corruption. I don't. If he was alive, I will keep quiet and listen to his own side of the story. But he's dead. Why now? He was with us for 30-something years of his ministry. So let us push them aside. Ask them to investigate the Lekki Tollgate killing. Ask them to investigate Nnamdi Kanu, who is a British citizen. BBC belongs to Britain. A British citizen, what is the politics behind it? It has never happened. The British law prohibits a citizen of Britain across the globe to be held against the rule of law. It can't happen. But this one is happening. Ask BBC to investigate that. Ask BBC to investigate and tell us how much of Nigerian money is in British bank. Ask BBC to try to investigate Desiani, who stole more than $10 billion. Why are they keeping her? Ask BBC to tell us who made that phone call and told Mahmoud to switch off beavers, if not in Buckingham Palace, allegedly. So guys, the common enemy is hunger. The common enemy is our wicked politicians who come from among us, who just believe life has to continue like this, these repressive tendencies. Kwame Nkrumah said I mean, he said in Ethiopia in 1963, when he was addressing heads of states about the need for Africa to have their own common currency, common military, common government, common nationality, and common identity. He said to them, he said, if we will not do it now, we're going to suffer the consequences of collaborating with international collaborators, who all they care about is their interests. They never change. They may come in different faces, but they are still the same. So the same thing we will tell ourselves. Either it's PDP, APC, we will not have to listen to them anymore. Whether they come in form of a BBC promulgation to distract us in Edo State because elections are coming, we don't care about what TB Joshua did. If he's found guilty while he was alive, he should have been arrested and prosecuted by the Interpol or by the Scotland Yard. It's not now. Let's not be distracted. Let's face it headlong. Like I've always said, Nigeria, as I round up on this, the only solution now, we have been civil. We have been very democratic. We have been law-abiding. We have been good citizens. The only solution I see, they've driven a lot of us out of the country with bad policies. They've stolen, they've stolen so much. We who are on ground and remain, we must be ready to go headlong on a collusion with destiny, with these men and women who call themselves our politicians. This is the only way out right now. Because at some point, bad hospital is still going to take your life. Bad roads, insecurity, everything is bad here. So why not go on go out and demand, ask your questions. If need be, let's go on a collision with them, because there's nothing to live for. People are not living here, they are just existing, waiting for their final days where they will draw their last breath. So Nigeria Wash, I leave it here. This is my humble logomaki, and my logomaki, of course, I leave it without logo apacha. Thank you for your platform.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. I'm sure you're not going to leave local Abasha yet, because I have a video to show that I still want you to contribute on. Let's see this video quickly here, because this one happened in Edo State. My representative have to go, because for a while now we've not been on the street checking on this satanic set of people called themselves government of Edo State. So, but this is what we find today. Here I want you guys to see this
point. Look at, you see, look at this point. Vehicle just take and I just the waka. See biscuit, see road they do. You see, yes. This is the road they do, you do see biscuits. So they never fall. Just imagine what a senator is doing for his people. And the Edo State government is here keeping quiet and watching this evil against Edo people. Look at your stone base. Like I said, it's not the only one. Look at. Don't say I just want to remove one side. Biscuit. Just imagine, it's painful. From here to Etete, under power line, Banting's Mission Way. This is the kind of rubbish. And just look at, this one is up to 1 inches. No? It's not to 1 inches now. It's not to 1 inches. Have they done it? They've collected the money. And this is what they have been doing in Edo State. We have been crying. We have written several reports to the Edo State government. They are not doing it. How can the contractor be working in a state and there's no signboard? You don't know to hold. The external information will have that. It's a stone thrown from Senator Oyede's house. This information will have that he attracted this project to this area. And they came on Monday on the 8th and ran it on Tuesday on the 9th. Very unfortunate. I remain leftist. I'm outside. Only brief for Nigeria Watch.
All right. I just thought I should quickly show that, Mr. Alex. I don't know if you watched the full video earlier on this morning, did you? Mr. Alex, are you still there? Okay, Mr. Alex is not there right now. Let me go to Oga CM.
Nigeria, I'm here, please. Tell me. Come again. What was your question? I was blanked by the network a bit. Maybe these guys are listening and they switched off my network a bit. I watched the video. I did. I've watched it before and I've watched it now.
Okay, what is your take on it?
Nigeria, thank you. It's like yes, it's like there's something I noticed. Each time it comes to Edo State, I don't know whether it's coincidence or it's been happening severally. there's this sudden busyness that comes on me. I just have 1,000,001 things to do and I cannot catch up. But other times I catch up with your program. Nigeria Edo State was captured in 2016 by a cartel of men who just wanted to loot money, instill fear on people, demolish houses, disrespect the palace, just go on a political rampage. They just want to make, and they've made money. Trust me, some of your political leaders just now allegedly, especially the governor and the deputy governor, are some of the richest people on the African planet. Trust me, go and make your research. They don't know that some of their banks in America will have children who were born in America, who are working in those banks, who are from Edo State. And some of them are very sad with the way monies are running allegedly into these accounts. How can somebody account be $11,000 in 2011 and 2007 or 2008? Suddenly, the person allegedly is having more than $250 million as a state governor or deputy governor, allegedly. So for me, I'm talking from the right source. We don't just talk. When we talk, we can prove it. If they will not come and demolish our buildings, if they won't come and send hogs to relay us at the traffic, if they won't take us and say our land is not government land, if they won't go and kidnap some of our relatives, the reason why some of us sometimes just stay behind closed doors for the moment it's not for us. It's for the safety of others. Nigeria, what I'm seeing here for me it's not just wickedness. Oroide for me was part of the borrowing machine of Buhari's government. The man that attracted this project. The senator for 4 to 8 years, I don't know. I can verify that and come back to you on that. But look at the work going on. There are no gutters, no light. There's no company, no sign to show. Growing up, I saw Julius Berger across the nook and cranny of Edo State or Bende State. Julius Berger littered everywhere. May so rest in peace, Poloncho and Bruce Ali. May so rest in peace, General Colonel Ogbemudia, Osagbavo Ogbemudia. Julius Berger was everywhere, doing amazing jobs. So the wickedness in the Edo State government, we saw it when Ruga money was taken by the government and X-Men took over. We saw it when local government was suspended for over 3 years. We saw it when House of Assembly was demolished and members were driven out. We saw it when the governor is not always around, when there is protest, he's never around. We saw it with the fight happening with the palace, and we are still seeing it with the governor trying to bring somebody to impose to us and cover his tracks because he's leaving. Why would you see project like this? So Edo State, formerly called ancient great, kingdom of Benin, a great nation that spread up to the present day Benin Republic and Togo, with great organizational structure that bamboozled the Portuguese and the British, that they established relationship with our Obas, are producing people who don't know the meaning of history. And when you don't know the meaning of history, abuse is inevitable. So these men, for me, they are richer now. They have money in millions of dollars. This is all they care about. So I hope a group of leaders are going to wake up to open books and bring this man to justice. I've seen countries that go to the grave of past corrupt leaders and put chains there because the court has sentenced them to prison. So if we have to listen, Nigeria, today we are reading books written by people 200 years ago, 100 years ago. The memory of people nowadays, most people, is so the parochialness is so alarming. We're going to teach all these things. How a governor will just go on a spending spree without accountability. 30% derivation, where is that money? Buhari paid it, even if Buhari was a corrupt government. Okay. Where was Shaibu all this while? So I can go on and on. I don't have been kidnapped, to be honest. If you talk, they demolish your house. If you talk, they send you talks. So this is the situation, and I hope it's not going to last because the next election is coming up, and we're going to see how we can unseat these wicked men and women for a better future for our children. And more precious than our children is our children's children, according to a Malawian proverb. Thank you, Nigeria. I'm still here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Let me go to Madam Rita then. Madam Rita, thank you very much for your time with us today. Good evening to you. Please, I'd like you to talk to us.
Good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, Mommy Diaspora, everyone in the panel, Dr. CM, Madam Nena, Give Us Amande, my brother, Sir Alex, my lovely sister, Busy Brain, I miss you. Welcome, Mr. Chooks and Mr. Jonathan, who spoke very well. And everybody in the comment section, I greet you now. Thank God for today. Look, let me start with the. I know I came at some point, in the segment, but I would start with this biscuit road that you just showed. Mr. Elvis, thank you I want to say thank you. And I think everyone appreciates you. At least I appreciate you a lot regarding information about Edo State and what governance should look like. You have been educating people. You have been exposing the evil people. You have been trying to tell people the difference between insults and criticism. And I'm sure that at least now, many people now know the difference. Thanks to you, Mr. Elvis. Thank you to Nigeria Watch Crew. Thank you so much. Please, I would urge you, Sir Elvis, could you tag Rufai Hussaini or whoever you want to tag to that video of Ayman Musa so that Rogide and the people of Edo State will see it on Arise TV?
Yeah, I'll do that.
But everybody who is here, please, if you have relatives in government or even Obaseki, most of you have his numbers. And what's his name? The Commissioner for Information and whatever. Forward it to him so that including the Orogi, they forward it so that we know. We should let them know that we know what they are doing. Biscuit Road. Today is not the first time Nigeria Watch has been exposing all these biscuit roads. This crumble that they called roads. I don't know where Engineer Ken is. At least those of you who are civil engineers. In fact, you don't really have to be a civil engineer. All of us in diaspora, when they are constructing your road, it's winter time here in Canada, but I'm telling you, they're still doing construction. They're still building rail. I can send pictures to prove to you they are still working under the winter. And this is -0 degrees Celsius I'm talking about. They are still working day and night. When you wake up in the morning, you see that, oh my God, what you saw yesterday is different. They are still working around the clock. You are seeing what your taxpayers' money is being used for. It's quality job, because if they don't do quality job and people sue them, the court is not like the likes of Mary Odilio, the ones that are here. They are not like them, because you're dealing with people's life. When you talk about roads, you're dealing with people's lives. Both rich and poor people will pass that road. Young children will pass that road. Pregnant men will pass that road. The elderly will pass that road. The ones who are sick will pass that road. So when we talk about, who is that Reverend Father? I've forgotten his name now. Winch, not witch, winches. People that do bad roads and people pass on due to accident because of the bad roads. They are winches, not witch, winches. This is wickedness. When you see those kind of culture road, it shows the attitude of what the people, how the people look at the people. Like, these people are nothing but flies. So I don't care. I just give them substandard work. I don't care. That is the interpretation of what we just saw. We have seen several biscuit roads, severally. Nigeria Watch has showed this video over the years of different roads. They said the governor has done so much roads. Biscuit roads, there's no signboard to tell us who the contractor is. Can Governor Obaseki tell us who are the contractors? Contractor of all the contracts being done from Obe Stadium that have done renovation, Lucky Gbenedo's time, I think Oshomole time as well. And they see the renovation, Obe Stadium. Can they tell us who the contractor is? Can they tell us what was used to make those roads? Rogide that did this road allegedly, according to my brother Ayman Musa. Can he tell us now, Rogide, how much he claimed he spent on that biscuit road? Just look at it. It's painful. It is not even a joke here. It's painful. Because this is what you are interpreting on how you see the people. That they are nothing but flies. They're not even human beings. They're not even human beings. That's what it means. You don't care. But one day it's going to meet everybody. Oh, it's going to meet everybody. It's not a cause. It's just the law of nature. It's going to meet you. This biscuit road now that is passing, the person that did it now, you don't know if it's your cousin or your child or even you yourself that will pass it one day and the road became so bad because you refused to fix the road to high standard. Pity. I don't understand. Listen, Mr. Elvis has always said we have satanic leaders, satanic politicians, and this is just an implementation of what satanism is. They just don't care. They don't give a damn. I won't say God help us. May God judge all of them accordingly. Now, going to what Mr. Alex was talking about, he said Nnamdi Kanu, for example, is a British passport holder. I mean, he's a British citizen. For you to hold the passport of a country, you must have sworn an oath to, even if you're not born there, if you were there by whatever means and you became a citizen of that country, there's a time that you went for swearing in. that you swore allegiance to the country and the constitution binds you too. So when someone like Nnamdi Kanu, who is a British citizen, is being held unlawfully, what does that tell you? Every one of us who are in diaspora, every one of us who are holding dual citizenship, it does not guarantee, as long as, in fact, you are not even born there and you are even black, even if you marry a white person, you are talking to you are black. Or even if you feel that your children were not born there, as long as their name is Osayemere as their last name, that's already tell where they are coming from. Those of us who are having dual citizenship, when push comes to shove, these countries like the British will drop you like it's hot. They don't care. As at that time, the oath that you swore allegiance to that country when you became a citizen, it will not apply. That is what they are doing to Nnamdi Kanu. From the day he got his British passport,
Madam Rita,
he swore to.
Madam
Yes,
Rita,
sir. Yes,
I'm
sir.
very sorry.
Go ahead. Mr. Alex, go ahead. I don't know what's happening.
Yes, if you can remember during the Ukraine war, when it started newly, they were pushing Nigerians down. Yes, Nigerians who were married to Ukrainians, who had Ukrainian documents, they were dragging them from the train, from the safety train that was heading towards Poland.
This is
so
why
it's not by the holding British passport.
That is where I'm trying to enlighten those people who say I don't care. After all, I'm holding a green passport, red, orange, black, blue. I don't care. You are not safe. Let me just tell you. Because when push comes to shove, they will divide the shaft from the beans, and you will be the shaft. Because that is why we are screaming and dedicating coming here every day. Mr. Elvis is sacrificing for decades, years, coming here to talk to people. Even if people say we are talking, we have to keep talking, because one day be one day, my people. They will tell you, if you know that in fact, you are not born here, come out for our country. We don't care whether you get passport. We don't care whether you swore allegiance to that. We don't want you. Where will you go? Is it not your motherland? After all, you didn't fall from the sky. You will come back to. So that's why Nigeria must be good. It is by force. Nigeria must be good. And that's why we are talking here. It is by force that Nigeria must be good. Nigeria has to be good. We deserve to have a good nation. So Nnamdi Kanu is a lesson. What is going through right now is a lesson to each and every one of us. If you're speaking up against whatever secrets the British government has, for example, I'm just using British as an example, or American government, they will fold their hands because they are gaining something. You are a hindrance to whatever they are gaining. They will leave you there. They will allow them to persecute you. Nothing will happen. Many people will say, hey boy, and really nothing has happened. The poor man is suffering in jail. So let us be wise, and that's why we all have to act. We all have to speak up. Having dual citizenship does not guarantee your safety, my people. Now, on the BBC report, I just want to make something clear. When Mr. Alex was really speaking, I haven't watched that report, but so far, the little snaps and clips I have read or listened to, I haven't seen anybody that has said that what those people, what they accused TB Joshua of doing to them, I would say allegedly, because I wasn't there, nobody has come to say it's a lie. No one has come to say it's a lie. Mr. Elvis, I've been following something. I don't know if most of you are following. I've been following since November last year. There's an investigation with PDD, TD Jakes, and Jay-Z and all that. It's still ongoing now. And I know there's a documentary going. Since November of last year, it is really big. It's involving a lot of people that you admire. It's a lot in America. It's still ongoing. And these people are alive. And they're even going as far back as Ali and people who have passed on. It's a serious thing. Nobody, all the people who have accused them, nobody, even their close ally, has come out to say what those people are saying is a lie. What those women accused this late man, TB Joshua, of doing to them, none of them have come to say it's a lie. TB Joshua's wife came.
Rita, I've not seen it. You share to me, please. I would like to watch it.
Since November, it's too much. It's crazy. Anyway, TB Joshua's wife came this past Sunday, I think, and then she kind of discredited one of the women. Everybody kept quiet. I do not want to undermine what those people went through. Some of you might have relatives that went to that church, maybe that needed one help or the other. I know somebody that went to that church and needed help, and the person eventually still passed on. Many of us know certain things that were not right. Many of us. The honest snag here is where it's who is coming from. That's the BBC. Two, why is this documentary coming out now when this man has passed on? I don't believe it's an attack on the church. When something is wrong, when something or an entity or an association or a group that is being popular, that is being respected in the public, and then down the line, some secrets are being exposed on what these entities have been doing, some illegal things. So it is very normal for some people to say, no, what they've done for me, what they've donated, how they've helped so many people and all that. People look at those things, but they fail to recognize there's a people who are victims. And when you are a victim, the healing is beyond. In fact, some of them never heal. If they were your sister or your brother, you know what they are going through in-house. It's not just about coming out. It's still the abuse, the torture, the PTSD is for life. It only takes the grace of God for them to give them some sort of healing so they can move on. Let us not undermine the other people or the people who have said this man this stuff to them. The issue I have is the BBC that I do not trust, the BBC who are very skimmish, the BBC who are very trickish, selective in their news. It shouldn't be coming from them. And I dare say, and I want to say that it's possibly a Nigerian working for the BBC who wants to get to the apex of their career. And then they picked this documentary and worked on it for 2 years. So that when it comes out, they'll probably get some sort of higher level in their career. Like, oh, they did this big blockbuster documentary on this guy. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. So I don't want to support or undermine what these people have said, because they're not my brothers or sisters. I don't even know them. But please, when we are talking about the BBC, let us also, what the BBC is doing, let us also say that if you are a leader right now, if you are a church GO or whatever it is you are in, any establishment, not just a church, any establishment at all, you're in a position of authority. Authority has been bestowed upon you, entrusted to you. Do not abuse it. Even if you get away with it, it's gonna come out. I'm giving an example of Daisy and this guy that is all over since November last year. It's gonna come out. It's just gonna take time. Stop what you're doing. Ask people to ask God to forgive you. That is what I see, the lesson of these things. Many people who are in position of leadership right now, companies, GOs, pastors, years after, people start talking about what they experienced. As a matter of fact, some people never talk for the carry to their grave. We are in a generation where people are speaking out now. The Sorosoke movement. Many truths are coming out now. Let us not undermine it, even if it's not true. Let us look at it on a plain level and say, okay, let's see what's going on here. Has anybody come to say it's a lie? There's nobody that's come to say it's a lie. There's nobody. I've not heard though. Maybe somebody has heard, but please, I don't think it's an attack on the church. We need to do right. We need to do right. Peter Obi has come up to show us what a leader is, what it is to serve the people, what it is to serve God in truth. Peter Obi is a politician and is a businessman. He is an example of what it is to be a politician and what it is to be a leader and what it is to serve God in truth. To be humble, even if you are wealthy or you are influential. Peter Obi has shown it. He's not boastful. He's so humble. Peter Obi can be my pastor. And I believe him because he's an example of what it is to serve God. I'm seeing it so far after being governor of Anambra State. At least by now, many years after, I should see somebody that would come out to say when he was governor, somebody from the his administration, whether it's even a regular Anambra State worker, to say, oh, this man, he made us sign this, he padded this budget, he created one SPP. There's nobody till date, for Christ's sake. I'm sure there's a lot of good things this man is doing. Years to come, many people will come out and tell you what Peter Obi has been doing in secret to help people. It's just that he probably told them, please don't tell anybody. Many people do a lot of things. They're out there. They're nameless. We don't know them. So please, we need to be very careful. Me, I am up for the victims, and you know, but BBC, BBC should just enter house. Whoever started, they should just, because we know that it's for the money they are doing this. They're not doing it for so like, okay, they really care about the victims. They don't. Or they really care about the church per se. They don't. And what happened in Ghana about the convention that was cancelled? We all know what happened. I think Mr. Alex, is it 1963 when Kwame Nkrumah was talking about, you know, African unity and all that. You know, I think Ghana is a starting point, you know, historically. You know, when we want to talk about true African independence, true African leadership. And I dare say, allegedly, the British government is still behind it. Nana Akufo-Addo, I know that the British government sat you down, gave you some warning, and tried to expose whatever it is that you have done. And that is why you cancelled it, because they're afraid. This is the social media generation. What happened in Ghana, this convention that was cancelled, it's almost similar to what will have happened during a Patrice Mulumba time, you know, or when this guy was in Thomas Sankara, when they were trying to come together to create like a true African union. And then because there was no social media, then many people didn't know a lot of secrets and all that. Now, people are talking because of social media. Social media was created for Africa, if not Nigeria. The internet was created. See, the internet was created for Africa because enough is enough. I dare say, allegedly, it is the British government that warned the president of Ghana cancel that convention, and they now bring this excuse like, oh, maybe it could generate some sort of agitation, some sort of awareness. They don't want Africa to grow. I dare say the British government is the oga patapata of that thing. In fact, I will not even add the American government per se. The British government. I won't even add the French government. The British government. They are the oga patapata of the one that cancelled that convention. You know, and to the red cap party, the one in Kano that they gave them. Honestly, the way I feel right now, honestly speaking, okay, fine. These people voted and they cheated them, and the people give them what they give the person who they voted for, you know, genuinely. So I mean, that is how it's supposed to be. If you want to talk about the democracy, but you know, democracy is selective in Nigeria, and you know, when something is not in full circle, it's half circle. You know, not even half safe. It's like an obtuse angle, small. One tiny piece of the pie has been given to them. The other piece that is still rotten, it doesn't make it credible per se. You just look at it from me, lackluster, like, okay, they gave it to them. But the main oga of them all, Peter Obi, they cheated us in broad daylight. Rose Vival, they cheated. Mama Tukudi, don't come out and vote. Nothing happened. They not said, don't use it. I not agree. That's what I'm still talking. And I know all of us are coming here every day. We no agree. We no agree for anything. See, no matter what, even if one person comes like man of yesterday, that man of yesterday, sir, if you're listening, you are going to be another Mr. Adewale. You will still come to this program and apologize. Me, I am predicting it. I'm saying it. I'm prophesying it. You come and apologize to give us our mandate. You apologize to all the things you said, because that's what Mr. Adewale before did. And he came out to apologize, and he confessed that Peter Obi is the man. Peter Obi has the light around him. So that's why I'm not so really bothered per se. And lastly, this better edu thing. See, Nigerians, I don't know. This noise has to stop. This noise of better edu has to stop. Do you know why? Nigerians, most times, with all due respect to everybody, they play the ignoramus game. They pick and choose. Let us say the way it is. What all this hula baloo about better edu? Number one, I've said it before, is a distraction. And if we really want to stand on the pedestal of truth, equity, and justice, let us even start from the previous administration, the ministers. The one that was there, Madam Farouk. Let's just go with this humanitarian of Madam Farouk. We all know that all this noise is going to go to voicemail. It's just going to go into voicemail. So these ones that people are saying, Falana will come. Oh, she's an embarrassment. She betrayed Nigerians. Yeah, you know, one politician will come and say, oh, she's this. Oh, she's that. She must be persecuted. She has to go to jail. Come, that's why I'm saying sometimes we play the ignoramus game. Why are we shouting above water and screaming, oh, better I do? But number one, me, I know that there's a lot of, Nigeria is a patriarchal society. There's some sort of misogyny against women. Me, I know that one. We all know. But however, when it comes down to public funds, come down to what this Beta Edu did, by the way, she didn't do it on her own. By the way, she did not do it on her own. She's just being the scapegoat, right? She's just being the cats that they are catching right now. But she has people in the upper echelon of our society that gave her the audacity to do what she did. But please, this noise about Beta Edu, they should stop it, including the media. They should stop it. Falana should stop it. They did not call Madam Farouk's name the way they're calling Beta Edu's name. I'm not saying what Beta Edu did is wrong, is right. She needs to go through the process of people being prosecuted if she's found guilty. Fine. But however, let us still add the previous people's names that were in that same ministry. I'm not even going to talk about first or last Ministry of Works and Housing. This particular one, let us start talking about the previous ministers that have been there. Let us bring the NDDC. Let us bring it to the table. Then we'll know that if they bring that to the table, I will not hear, okay, whatever they're saying about Beta Edu. To me, this is just it's just going to be like ice water. At the end of the day, everybody, we all know. So please, let's stop playing that ignorance game. It's, to me, I'm just feeling like, what's all this noise for? When we all know that the man sitting at body, the apparition in Aso Rock is a thief. He stole our mandate. He stole it. So please, Mr. Najawa, thank you very much.
All right, Madam Rita, thank you very much for your time. Okay, Madam Rita, the man you called is here. Thank you very much, Mr. Politician. Thanks for calling in. Yes, sir. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Go ahead, sir. Talk to us.
Please tell the woman to stop talking to me. I will never.
Your network is not good, sir. Your network is not good.
Woman, to stop talking to my side. I will never apologize what I said. I will never come to Mr. Adewale can apologize. I will never apologize because I know the right thing. I've been in politics for more than decades, for more than 3 decades.
Okay.
I'm not just, you don't know anything about politics. That's why. Go and start from the level of councillor. Be a councillor, be a supervisory councillor, be a commissioner. I will never apologize. I will never apologize. I'm a supervisory councillor before.
What can you say? What can you?
I'm a deputy chairman. So I will never apologize to that woman. And what the woman said yesterday, because she's a woman, I don't want to talk to her. So she will be in Inaro. It has a medication in Inaro to be given to her.
All right, Olga. What can you say about the judgment today in Lagos? The Supreme Court affirming. Okay, you left.
That's a man.
This is my message to him. Oga, enter house. Oga, enter house. You don't know me, and I don't care to know you. But you will come to this channel. Please let me talk, Mr. Give us a mandate. I'm not greedy 24. You will come to this channel. I am prophesying. You will come to this channel and apologize about everything you said about Obi. I just enter house, Oga. If you don't know me, enter house. I'm not a quarrel with you. When intelligent people gather, we don't quarrel. So please, we are not quarreling with you. You came into this channel for several days, quarreling and dismissing people. This is 2024. We're not going to agree. I will not tolerate it. Our brother here, you dismiss our brother, you disrespected Mr. Peter Obi. Please, say opinion, but don't disrespect it. And nobody disrespected you. So if you know you want to come and talk intelligently, come into this channel, sir. If you say you know politics, come into this channel and come and teach us your kind of politics, but not politics. But please, Oga, don't do respect, enter house. Just enter house.
Okay. But if you say yesterday we said this man now one patient for Yaba left. If you can't say me enter house now, that means they give him value now. Make him go back to Yaba left. Now where him belong with that.
Give us a man. You don't see they talk that. You want me to
ban this? No, I not talk now. Now after what I read that talk now, I talk now. She said make he enter house. I can't say the man yesterday. Okay, Mr. Elvis, yesterday we conclude said the guy now one of now patient for Yaba.
Don't make me laugh today.
They can't say today na me enter house. Which house he will enter? No, he no go enter house. He go go back. No, he go go back to Yaba left. Now there he belong.
All right, all right. I have somebody on the phone. Mr. Chris, thanks for calling in. Good evening to you, sir. Please talk to us.
Good evening, Mr. Ninja Watch, and good evening, everybody in the panel and the comment section. And my name is Chris. I'm calling from Dublin. And can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I would just like to quickly respond to the last speaker, the man that was trying to say, because Madam Rita is a woman, he doesn't want to talk. Oh, guy, you just need to remove this male-female dichotomy. The lady has presented facts and figures to you. If you have anything to say, you say. Forget whether she's a man or she's a woman or she's what. She said you have to apologize to Mr. Peter Obi that you wrongly accused and called names, and she's in order. And like she said, you should enter house. If you don't want to talk to her, there are many men that have raised up the same issue. Like me, I'm raising up the same issue. If you want to talk, you can talk to me. Okay. And that. For Beta Edu, I will also follow what Madam Rita has said. You know, we really have to be careful in Nigeria the way we set standard. Now, this is not a clarion call to support Beta Edu or whatever. I don't even care if she's a lady or not, but we have to look at this. How come the people they always use to show example in this the anti-corruption war is always from one part of the country. Now, the last aviation minister, do we forget that just for the logo for our national carrier, the Nigerian aircraft, wherever, he spent $450,000 US. Nothing was done to that man. That same man went to go and paint Ethiopian aircrafts, and he brought that aircraft to Nigeria, and they took the aircraft back again. The same man spent 12 billion to buy fire brigade, and the media was not awashed the way the media is now. Look, if you look at it carefully, the last EFCC chairman, Bawa, we know that man was taken in until today. He didn't face any form of media trial, but we knew what happened behind the scenes. So we really have to be careful when we just allow them to use any person, especially people from the south, to do this their scapegoat thing. We really have to be careful. Madam Farouk, the same woman that shared over 5 billion when children were at home during the COVID for school feeding program, nobody dragged her like this. So the point is that it's not for Beta Edu. When we are fighting corruption, it must be the same across board. It must be the same across board. The way they are dragging Beta Edu, they should drag every other person like that. And by the way, can any person clearly says that if Beta Edu was acting on her own? No, she couldn't have done that by herself. She transferred money to Wale Olanipekun, the company of that man. The man that stood for Tinubu. Why are people not talking about? Because even if you want to drag somebody, it's not even people like that who are supposed to drag. The Bayo Ojo, the internal whatever, Minister of Internal Affairs or whatever they call him, why have they not suspended that? Why have they not suspended him, for example? So, we just really have to be careful. We really, really need to be careful. Then concerning the Edo State, I'll just move to where it is clear. I can't even talk about that without mentioning Madam Rita's name again, because when Obaseki was coming out for the second time, she was part of the team that stood against this man. And that makes me remember Midwest Republic. We all spoke, but a lot of people called it that we hated Obaseki. But at least we now see we all can now enjoy the dividends of what Obaseki has brought to us. And the funny thing is that the people that were screaming for Obaseki then, all of them, they've all gone in, nobody's coming out to now talk against what Obaseki is doing. But then they were fighting all of us, but now we see what he's doing. Then if I just go to the Kano verdict, see, this is a clear-cut example. It's a way for we to see that this is the way forward for us. This is how God wants to show us. Let's forget all this prayer, fasting, or whatever. God has clearly made it clear to you that these people, they will never ever learn the diplomacy. They will not listen to your diplomacy in any way. Do you know that this Kwankwansia movement, they sent SMS warning to the people that we are going to deliver this judgment, that if they should try anything otherwise, heaven is going to fall. That was what they did. And what did they do to those people? They just only reluctantly invited them. Whereas the man in Lagos that said that he was going to get IPOP to protect the people in Lagos. That one was detained. Till today, he still has a case to answer. So it's a clear case that we have two countries in Nigeria. We have two countries, and not especially we in the South, not until we learn to, we have to speak up. We have to take this thing by force, not by all this diplomacy or whatever. If we continue like this, how it's going to be. We are already talking about 2027. Nothing is going to happen in 2027. It's even going to be worse. Take the case of Hope Uzodinma. When the first time he was called a Supreme Court governor, and they gave him opportunity. Look at what happened the last election now. Can you still call him a Supreme Court governor again? No, because they gave him the opportunity to build on illegality. So that's exactly what's going to happen in 2027. If we don't speak up, they are going to fine-tune the processes of 2027 so that when the election is done, we will not even have anything to hold on to. They will rig it so perfectly that nobody will even have anything to hold on to, just like what happened in the case of Imo State. Exactly that's what they are going to do. Then for TB Joshua, I think we really have to be careful. Without the BBC interview,
okay,
there has always been something about that TB Joshua, which all of us, we are all aware of. There has always been something about it, which I don't know. But if people have complained of abuse, those abuses has to be properly investigated instead of just trying them on the pages of social media. Because to be abused means a lot. It changes one's psyche. It changes how you relate to the entire world. Then having said that, I just want to conclude by saying that, you see, this idea of blaming the British at every point in time, not just only the British, every country in the world, every country is in competition. If you let your country down, and people take advantage of your country, you have to blame yourself. You have to blame yourself. Even if it were the British people that told the Ghanaian people to cancel that meeting that Peter Obi was supposed to attend and Patrice Lumumba. So who are you exactly supposed to blame? Is it the British people or the Ghanaian government that choose to neglect their people in favor of the British people? So these British people, they are acting on our greed. We have to look at it like that. They are acting on our greed. Because is it only Africans they colonized? Look at India. India has sent a space rocket to the southern part of the moon, to the south pole of the moon. That's what India has. We all got independence at the same time.
Thank you.
I will just conclude by saying that we just have to learn how to look at things holistically. Not until we in Africa, not until we deal with our personal greed. These British people, they will keep using that greed in our leaders against the continent.
Okay.
Thank you very much for giving me this very long opportunity. I'm very grateful, Mr. Nanjaros. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. God bless you, sir. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Let me come back to the panel again. I would like to call on before I call on Mr. CM, I'd like us to watch this video here quickly.
We are full of wickedness. I just read under the news that Emefiele has just returned 4 trillion naira. It is not 4 million. It's not 40 million. It is not 400 million. It is not even 1 billion. Not 2 billion. Not 4 billion. Not 40 billion. Not 90 billion. Not 900 billion. 1 trillion. Not 1 trillion. Not 2 trillion. Not 4 trillion. 4 trillion naira. One person, as the former governor of the returned to Nigeria Federation account. And such person belongs to a church. He goes to her to say, God, I thank you. Whether he's Allah or whatever he's praying. How will God answer when you are holding trillions? That trillion, share it to Nigerians that are 200 million. Just check. He's holding 4 trillion. Do you know how much everybody will get? Well, somebody is holding it. This is the only one he has just returned. This is one they have discovered. Not the one that is staying in foreign account. Only Emefiele. Meanwhile, this guy worked under Buhari. There's no way he will eat those money without the approval or support of the president. Buhari was a corruption fighter. This kind of money was embezzled under him. He is not the only one. Under Buhari, snakes were swallowing money. And you come and say with the prayer, Nigeria will get better. You guys have made my glasses have just broken. And you are telling me with prayer, Nigeria will get better? Are you kidding me? How? The same corruption fighter was under him. Animals were eating money here and there. And the same people go to their salah, go and do prayer. Allah Akbar. What kind of prayer is that? Who will answer that prayer? A corrupt man eating the money made for the nation. He will go and do Allah Akbar. Wickedness in high places. How can God answer such prayer?
Very sad. Just one person returned 4 trillion naira. Allegedly. One person. Then we have people calling into the show saying that na Tinubu, na this, na APC is their best, is this because of what? Augustine, please talk to us.
Mr. Elvis.
Yes, go ahead, man.
3 people can pay Nigeria's debt. 3 people. And tomorrow somebody will not tell us Nigeria is poor.
Thank you. Augustine, please go ahead. Sir. Good evening to you.
Good evening, Niger Watch. Good evening, everybody. Please, all protocols duly observed. I'm sorry I'm late.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Hello? Who is speaking?
Yeah, I mean, that man, I think Mr. Dr. CM, Mr. Chris also said he should enter house. No, the man will not enter house. The man left from Yaba. He will return back to Yaba. No house for him. Thank you.
Okay. So
let me respond. Oga CM, please, before you proceed, let me just respond to the comment made. I think Madam Rita now. The comment she made. Nigeria is broke. The fact that they are stealing back and forth.
All right.
Does not.
Please let him speak, please. Everybody keep your submission for later, please.
Must be there. It's
all right. Clear. Thank you now. Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. Thank you. You don't talk and thank you, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead, Augustine.
Okay, thank you very much, Niger Watch. And I greet everybody on the panel, those listening, wherever they may be. Actually, today, when I said, people, okay, let me speak on first of all, this NMPP's victory at the Supreme Court for Kano gubernatorial election. Yes, some people may be happy, but I'm not, because it's an opportunity missed. And just follow me. It's like, in fact, it's like they knew what is about to come. They know, that revolution Nigerians has been craving. There used to be somebody who phones from the north, Niger Watch here. He said about Peter, I don't know his name, but he normally said their eyes has opened, they can never allow you, it's only Peter, this. You see, if you know I did my youth service in Kano State, and I got a state award because I knew what I did, and I learned a lot from them. You see, the thing is that in Kano, what they call the politics of the Talakawas, poor people, the headquarters is in Kano, just like Obedient is in Edo State. The headquarters of Talakawas is in Kano. And who is the icon of Talakawas? Late Malam Aminu Kano. Malam Aminu Kano is the direct opposite of the Sokoto Caliphate led by Ahmadu Bello. If you go through political history, they do not play politics of elitism in Kano. It's politics of the poor people. And when they say this is where they start, the moment they identify with you, if you check, Rimi they followed was because Aminu Kano raised him and said, this is the man to follow. So what they are waiting for, the people of Kano, is that they may not listen, and because they are mainly Hausas, that is the number 1 Hausa state, apart from the 6 others that the Fulani conquered and installed their emir. So that Kano, though they have emir, but in the way they see it, they can revolt against them. If there should be a revolt against Fulani domination, or Fulani, they are not really domination, but Fulani, these are nonsense they are doing. It's in Kano State. So what I'm saying is that this is an opportunity missed, because if this verdict has gone the other way, by now we shouldn't be talking about. By tomorrow, the rating will start, and this keys into what I read somewhere. Who was the person that said it? I think it's Aminu Kano that also said it. They said during 1979-80, he visited Zik. He was saying, you people, one time, want to break away from Nigeria and go to your Biafra and everything. He said, Nigeria will break one day. But the only people keeping Nigeria from not breaking are my people in Kano. The day they rise up against injustice, that is the end of Nigeria. Don't tempt them. That's why we do politics of Talakawa. You sit with them, they tell you what to do, you do it, there will be peace. Forget about the fact that they have many beggars. So today reminded me of that. You know, since they've been doing all these shenanigans in the court, I've never commented on that kind of. I was busy listening because I have somebody from the north living in Lagos. I always get in touch with him. He said, look, if they try this thing, there's an old man. He said, if they try this thing, they are going to do. I'm telling you, that thing that you people in the south are saying they no go agree, they will start it from Kano. And you can't stop them because the cheating is too much. The feudalism, the imperialism is too much from the other end. So why the Supreme Court, they know what they did. It's not that they know. Remember that the APC chairman is from Kano State, Ganduje. Despite, normally you will say, it's my state, let them do. They told him that, look, don't. For the interest of better control the area, you leave Kano to them, and that is NMPP. So they don't take nonsense. Already they've expelled, what is it called, Kwakwanso, because of his dilly-dallying with Tinubu. When the man came in, they've expelled him from NM because the Kano politics, people should go and study Talakawa. They are different from Sokoto, Kasena, Caliphate, where the Fulani will just say, do their elite politics, talk to this, talk to that, and they reach a consensus with. Not in Kano State. They do things according to their own way. They've got the population quite well, and they are very vast and versatile in business, just like in Igbo. So they know exactly what they wanted. And when they say, this is the man they are looking for, and you do something, they will always tell you. In fact, Joe, their houses, I agree, but their politics is so unique to them that when you hear the word Talakawa, it don't mean just poor people. These are the people that determine the fate in Kano. Embezzlement, it may happen, but the moment they detect, you are out. They revolt. All the things they are doing, if you see the crowd that comes out in Kano, whatever you tell them, they believe in Kwakwanso, where they are red cap, Kwankwaseya, Amana. But the moment they said no, that is the thing. So today was like, it's an opportunity. The change we are looking for in Nigeria is an opportunity missed today because the justices of the Supreme Court, they know what they did. They know. Otherwise, Nigeria would have been a light now. It had been a light. That is ALIGHT. Should have been a light by now because they wouldn't take it. And getting to the Supreme Court, they've exhausted their patience to tell them that Abba Yusuf is the man they choose. And if you check it, Abba Yusuf, if you look at his politics, like I was reading, he's linked to Malama Aminu Kano, the Talakawa type of politics. They don't do it the way others do, elitism, all this, all that. No, they don't do it. You can't see them being manipulated because the poor people are outnumbered. They don't do elitism politics in Kano. Ask anybody. So to that extent, I know that the cabals that are holding Nigeria down, they are playing a game. They know when to sort of squeeze the people and when to little sort of to release them, give them some air of freedom so that they themselves can also breathe. That's what they did today. But let's watch and see. No, maybe something else will still come up. So as far as I'm concerned, that is the perspective I want to bring to that Kano is and the victory today in Kano. Then as per TB Joshua's documentary, this is my own take about it. Nobody is a saint, not even me. The only saint, if at all, is only the God in heaven. Nobody. One day came Pope Francis, yes, the one it now, was invited to a radio program in Italy. We are the world know him as Pope Francis or everything. They asked him to introduce himself to the people before they start. He said, I am Pope Francis. I am a sinner. That was just the introduction. What I'm trying to say is that, you see, BBC, my question is, of what purpose will this thing serve now? People are being slaughtered in the plateau here and there. BBC is bringing this. By the way, why can't you do this documentary when TB Joshua was alive? Because this is a single story. TB Joshua is no longer alive. He can't defend himself. whoever is corroborating BBC, or because BBC was interviewing the followers or people going there, anybody can say anything. It may be true, but because TB Joshua is not alive to put in one word or two, that is the way I look at things. So it's only your word against maybe TB Joshua, who is there. It's neither there nor here, because if you talk, I said, okay, sorry, but TB Joshua is not here to say I didn't do it or whatever. Why didn't they do this documentary? Why didn't they do it? Why can't BBC do documentary on Buhari's regime? Why can't BBC do documentary on all these things that are happening in Nigeria? Now that the principal actors are alive, you can do a documentary when the person is alive. So that when you do it, you stand by it. If the person raises a question, then you deal with it. I mean, we've seen documentaries done in a lifetime documentaries. Why now? I'm not a member of Synagogue Church of All Nations, but I'm trying to be objective. Okay, if you say all these things, all of them is sort of it's like sentencing TB Joshua. Yes, but when the man defend himself, he's no longer alive. That is the issue. That is the way I see it. I may be wrong, but this is my own little way of understanding. Okay, all these things you are saying, where is the man now? Where does he take us? Where is the man? People will come out and cry. Yes, it's painful. They're not trying to devalue their logic. But the thing is, the principal accuser is no longer alive. How do we do it? How do we know? Because anybody can say anything. Either that you magnify it, or you take it out of context or out of proportion, or this, or it may even be exactly what happened. But the other man, at least give him the benefit of the doubt to even deny. Because when he's denying, because if you are doing a documentary when somebody is alive, the person will say, okay, after interview, we are going to talk to him. Do you have evidence for this? Whatever you tender, they will hold it. When you now come, they say this is evidence they presented against you. You can then go to court against the person. But it's a danger of a single story, according to Chimamanda. So that is what I'm trying to say about that. In all honesty, this is the way I see it. That's why I ask, of what purpose will it serve now? What purpose? Yes, people will learn a lesson from it. Okay, why not leave it? Investigate all this Oyedepo, the ones that are living. Carry documentaries around about them. Go and do documentaries about them. There used to be a church in London called KICC, Kingsway International Christian Center. The guy was Oshimolowo. Yes, BBC did a document. He's alive. So whatever you say, he can be able to put in one or two. But TB Joshua died long time ago. I don't know how long ago he died. Should have not up to more than 2 or 3 years. Then this thing now, you now dug up this, you want to do a documentary. At the time, I thought they should have been telling us about the slaughtering going on in Southern Kaduna. Why can't they do documentary? Even this thing being stolen in Zamfara, the gold mining. They could do this type of thing, hidden camera, go there and then publish it to the world. Simply because every gold ends up here. All those illegal money, they come to UK. I'm in UK. This is where they end up. They know exactly what they are doing. Somebody told me that this COS they are using to bring people, this. Say Britain can't give you something without getting something from you. Maybe you are coming to fill some low-grade vacancies that they know that their people cannot fill. And in the course of doing it, it may cause dislocation because they always tell you the schools, the social amenities, this and that and that. It's just like they want to use it to say, okay, they are doing this, because sometimes you can't believe, you can't understand them. If you want to know what BBC stand for, the real imperial power in the world is not even US. It's not US, it's not Israel. It's UK. If you want to know what BBC stand for, there's a book called Biafra, Britain's Shame, written by an English journalist. Frederick Forsyth was sacked. Go and read The Shame. They will tell you openly what they do. BBC can... But thank God, like my translator said, this is the time of social media. So whether you are saying it, we know what happened. I'm not trying to exonerate anybody, but anything BBC, documentary on Nigeria, it can never be for the common good of the people. That is what I stand for. There's no way BBC will do a documentary or about Nigeria and it's to benefit Nigeria. It's a lie. It cannot. Then they have a reason why they are doing it, but you may not know until you until you go through the lines. So that is the issue. I don't trust them. I've never done. I've never trusted them. They were the foremost news organization since 1922 that is global. Yes, but that monopoly, they are no longer enjoying it now. If you see a major incident happening in Nigeria, BBC don't cover it. Somebody said CNN, what went on in the genocide in Plateau, CNN reported it and all this. What of BBC? Why can't they follow it up as their former colony? They should have gone there by right and then do, but they won't, because probably they signed one type of agreement with those people that when if you loot, we share. Something that is what they are after. It's not that if you ask a typical Englishman how educated and exposed they are, their ally in Nigeria ought to be the southern part by right, because of the level of civilization and westernization. But they want to align with the weak so that as you are getting something, then they will be getting out of it. That is their system. They call it divide and rule. Maybe
are you going to use 30 minutes to talk about the BBC, or you're talking about that topic?
It's painful. Okay, the last one, let me put this: they aborted the Pan-African Conference in Ghana, which people will attend this thing. You see, like, I think I did. Somebody was making mention of Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the president of Ghana. Probably he has something fishing, and he must have been told to cut it off. I mean, to call off the conference. After all, Ghana is the center of Pan-Africanism. The first Pan-African Conference, AU was formed, or AU then was formed 25th May 1963. They all presented their addresses. I have it. All the African leaders. Tafawa Balewa represented Nigeria, Kwame Nkrumah for Ghana, then Sekou Felix Houphouët-Boigny of Ivory Coast, Leopold Sédar Senghor of Senegal, and all those, and all the people. So 1965, the RIP and this was hosted by Nkrumah, because Nkrumah wanted to show that Ghana should be a leader in Africa. So Ghana should be a place where radical conference should take place. So those organizing it, inviting people to be Malema, Arekana, the lady representing AU at UN, and then the PLO leader, Patrice Lumumba. I mean, not PLO leader, the Kenyan Professor Lumumba. So 4 of them, that is the Nkrumah ideology. So for Ghana is the perfect venue for that. For it to stop, there's something behind it. People want to listen to P2B and then to listen. PLO, they've been listening to him, and then maybe Malema, because of his economic freedom fighters, what he want to, rebalance the South African economy so that the blacks can have a hold on South African economy, and not just that it's being controlled by expatriates, though they are independent. So P2B would have brought something like a fresh vista, because all his interview, if the thing had taken place after his presentation, most of the questions he will be feeding on, people will be asking him, will be based on Nigerian election. What is the way forward? Why is Nigeria like this? He'll be committed to make one important headline that world leaders will see. So why they stopped it? I mean, it will maybe in the days and weeks.
Dr. CM, please, can I chip in one or two, please?
Okay, yeah.
With respect from to Mr. Najawa, the moderator. For me, you cannot see where the command or how Obi lost his mandate.
Yes.
Who is the bigger elephant in the room? Who gave the command for the beavers to be switched off or for election to be manipulated? Who really is Obi threatening outside Nigeria? Your guess is as good as mine. From what Madam Rita just said, from what you are saying, we've never met each other before, one-on-one, we never discussed this. From what I said, if you use your tongue to count your teeth, like they always tell us growing up, you realize the people that really fought Mr. Peter Obi is beyond Mr. Mahmoud, is beyond Tinubu himself, is beyond APC. There are bigger vultures outside Nigeria, which are not far away from the shores of the United Kingdom, who are controlling the affairs of Nigeria. Thank you.
It's true. So let me run by saying, people should know it today. Just put it in perspective, whether what happened in Ghana and what is going on in Nigeria, just to summarize and give way to other people. Nigeria remains the only country colonized by Britain that is still the way they left it. That's one. Second statement, Nigeria is British plantation in Africa. The third one, this is from my own deduction. Britain left the EU so that they can have grip on Nigeria. economically. They are not leaving EU because of all this. They left EU because of the economic grip on Nigeria. British Airways, the most profitable route is Abuja, London, Lagos, London. There is no way, even if whether there is a coronavirus or anything, they must run that route. There's a reason. So we know all these things. And then P2B is unorthodox. That's why when they came, because he came from the side. First of all, his background, from the side he came, they are not quite sure. And then his radical, this thing is trying to make, because he's going to empower a lot of Nigerians, whereby you now find out that Nigerians are really not in charge of Nigerian affairs. Let me just end it like this. Nigerians are really not in charge of the affairs of the country. Forget about all these things anybody can do. Hey, you do there and they loot and they do everything. BBC can never expose this type of fraud. Instead, they are interested in TB Joshua. What are they talking? Let them go and investigate central bank since 1999 to date. You can do a documentary. Talk to anybody. What happened? But they won't do it because they know why they are doing it. So I'm not really taken aback about all these things that are. The only my regret today is that they missed the rating that the people are waiting for. The opportunity was missed today. But whether another one will come again, it's not for me to decide. I hope it will come, because if this thing has started in Kano today, like Aminu Kano said in 1979-80, they were having progressive governors meeting then against Shagari. He said, look, Zeke, people are doing. He said the day my people wake up, you cheat them. If they start it will just from there it will then come down south. And not it's just like a what is it called? I don't know, a volcano. It will just be rolling down. They can't stop it. So they know exactly they don't want to tamper with Kano State. They had better leave it. After all, the APC felt that is their foothold. River State people, you see what people are saying now, that they changed their labor votes to PDP just to please Wike. Forget about all these things. And I've read somewhere that Wike's position is not tenable. But let us hope and see. I know that something must have to give, but let it be the one that the people will benefit, because Nigerians have suffered for so long. I yield here on Niger Watch. Thank you.
Finally. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ogasiem. God bless you, sir. Thanks for your submission. All right. The last person on the panel, so that we can move on to others, is Mr. Chuks Obibweze. Mr. Chuks Obibweze, thank you very much for your patience with us here. Good evening to you, sir. Please talk to us.
Good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, everybody on the panel. We are too much to mention. As we know, we don't have much time. Good evening, those watching us on the comments section and those watching us around the world. Yeah, I would like to start with Kano and my place of birth. Just like Mr. CM has alluded to, Kano is a special place. And those opportunities we, the obedient, missed. The Kwankwasia have just shown us how to do it. They understand the politics of Nigeria. They understand everything about Nigerian politics, that you cannot go soft and get what you want. And that is why they made it clear, did their protest, warn them that if you think you can do this in other states and you come here to do it, don't blame us for whatever happens. It's just painful that this is happening now, because if this had happened before the decision of the Supreme Court or whatever court that ratified Agbado as their president, I don't think the quagmire we are into now will be there, because Kano is not for joke. That's where I grew up. It's not for joke. When they tell you something, they mean it, especially in politics. They don't joke with their politics. No, they don't. And that is why when they supported a candidate, it is hard for that candidate to lose. In fact, it has never happened in Kano. Like Mr. CM said, the Talakawas, In a normal language, the Talakawas means nobody. That's the literal meaning of that language, Talakawas. You know, when nobodies says this is what we want and this is where we are heading to, and that brings me to the question I keep asking: where is the place of the masses, of the citizens? I keep asking this question: where is the place of the citizens in Nigerian politics? You know, so it's troubling to see that you know, right now Kano State got what they want, and you know, the rest of the country is living by their own faith. So this is a huge lesson for Nigerians to take, not just the obedience. Whenever you want something, you have to demand it. And when you're demanding it, don't beg for it, because it is your right. That's what Kano has shown us. That's exactly what Kano has shown us today. You see how they were jubilating, they were there with their cap. They don't hide themselves. They didn't hide themselves. They came out saying, do what you want to do, then you will start here. And before we get home, Kano will boil. That's exactly what they took to Abuja. And behold, they got the result. So that is for Kano. Yeah, our principal made mention of, you know, the president cutting down on cost. If we all look into that cutting down on cost, there's something that is not straight. You cutting down on cost, is it from the budget that you have passed? Because all these things they say, they did not come and they tell us, okay, this is how much we budgeted for this things and we're cutting it down by 60%. This is how much that is going to come out of it. So it's just nonsense, complete nonsense. Because where they should have gone into and say, hey, we are cutting down on costs on this. This is how much we're going to realize from cutting down on these things we're going to do. Let's say, let's take for federal civil servants. If you cut down on their spending, you should be able to tell people, because in the budget, you said this is how much that is going to be spent on this. So by cutting down, this is how much we save from there. That is what Mr. Our principal is saying. Show us the book. Let us see. So all these things they are saying, yeah, I said it right from time. This government is a show government. They just want to be there doing all kinds of show. So I want to quickly go on Better Edu. It's I don't belong to the category that says let's watch what we're saying about her. The time she agreed to work with the devil, did she say the same thing we are saying now? I don't care what happened to her. I don't care if she come from the south. I don't really care, because when they come from the south, when they are perpetrating their evil, they don't think about where they're coming from. They don't even think they are different from those people they are mingling with. So I don't whatever that happens to her, it's not my business. My even concern is let them use her to bring everybody that is involved to light. That's what I care for. Because I mean, how many states has she taught in the north? How many states? She has gone literally all north. Can you say the same thing about the south? No. That's what we're talking about. So, you know, people can have that attachment that is from our region. This is from, he or she is from our region. What do you benefit from that region? What do you benefit from that person for coming out from that region? And yet, when they fall out with their demonic people, we suddenly remember they come from our side. No, I'm not involved in that. Let them do with her whatever they want to do. For me, even if I'm gonna say, hey, let's be careful, it's about painting the young people bad. That's the only thing that comes to my head when I think about this Beta Edu's saga. That's the only thing, because they can clearly now say, hey, look at the people you are talking about to hand over to. We just gave one of them a chance. Look at what they did. That's where I am concerned. Apart from that, they can do with her whatever they want. For all I care. So TB Joshua, I don't have much to say about it. TB Joshua is a crafty man. I'm sorry he is dead, right? I remember, long ago, there was one time an allegation like this came out, and I was seen that lady, they call her daughter, she was in that allegation. TB Joshua never said a word. He kept mute. Why I remember this is one of my friends is a member of that church. I used to mock him with that. TB Joshua never responded. And I was asking him, why is he not coming out to say, hey, this never happened or that is that? And this friend of mine said, is there any need to talk nonsense? He don't respond to nonsense because he knows that that is nothing. And if we see this with what is going with is it Einstein, and the group of Clinton and the others, this is how rich people who have power, this is how they behave. When it comes on, they keep mute. They just don't talk to you because you're not getting anywhere near them. So it's people who are suffering those things that is gonna cry all their lives. It doesn't concern these big men, people with power. So I don't have much to say about that. He's dead. My heart goes out to the victims. Maybe BBC is doing whatever they're doing. If they can, help revive those people to get back to their life normal. That's the only thing I can say about that. I don't have any issue with BBC doing it or they don't do it, because whether they do documentary, they don't do documentary. I knew the Zamfara Gold. I've watched the BBC documentary on that. What comes out of it? Nothing. So it doesn't matter what BBC, the documentary they do or not. If anything, we as individuals should take lessons from that rather than criticizing BBC and that, because there are so many people who are engulfed in this kind of mess now. The Omotoshos, the Suleimans. Maybe tomorrow, God forbid, if there are no more, and these people can boldly come out to speak, some of us will be blaming them. Why not when he was alive? But now they are alive. If you bring it up, they suppress it. That's the kind of.
Chooks, sorry,
Yeah.
just a minute. You see, documentaries, what I'm trying to point out is that even if I want to do documentary, it's only fair because you should have your say. It doesn't mean what you say may be correct, but at least that benefit of the doubt. So if they really mean churches and they are deceptive or another churches as criminal organizations in Nigeria, let them do it now that all those big pastors deceiving the people are alive. So that when you interview the followers, if you bring it and then the church want to go after you, you can then hear from them.
You see these
but what
people,
I'm saying is that
you don't know how powerful
TB
these
Joshua
people
is
are.
no more. Whatever you said now, it's only one-sided story. You never know whether
Mr.
if at all.
I don't care
Yeah.
about one-sided. Listen, yeah.
No.
I just said now, yeah.
Yeah.
It is for the living to learn their lesson. That's all I care.
No, it is for the living, but to what extent? How far
Mr.
wide
CM,
do you
if you understand what I'm saying, yeah?
Okay.
You see this documentary, yeah? It teaches us to be careful of these people. That's the only lesson I want to take from it. Whatever their mission is, I don't care about that because this kind of people are still existing. I just mentioned Suleiman. You know about what I'm talking about, Suleiman.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Let them do all of them now.
Suleiman spent to suppress all those things. This is how they behave. So if they are doing documentary now, the only thing I think they are doing it for is for us, the living, to be wise. To be wise. Because following these people blindly, listen, okay, you might not know, yeah, when my mother was alive, right, she was suffering diabetes. You know how Nigerian doctors, they misdiagnose her, and, straight away, TB Joshua. She went there for 3 months, nothing done. In fact, her situation deteriorated to the worst. That's the kind of things these people do.
Exactly.
That's why I am saying all these things happening is for us to learn a lesson. It's just that lesson that I'm concerned. I don't care about.
Can I chip in a word or two, my dear lovely brother, my respected brother?
Yeah.
For me, yes. If you allow me, for me, I just think Niger Wash is alive now, right? He's kicking and breathing, for example. He cannot wait until he runs 100 years old and he runs his full life cycle. You come and tell me he was part of Obaseki's government. You bring people to camera and tell them what to say because the guy has lived his life and is gone. So I don't get the rationale. I don't get it. For me, it's only fair for people like CM just said. I'm not a member of the church, for God's sake. I've never been. But it's only fair for people to be judged when they look at Oyedipo is alive now. They should investigate and say anything they want to. Let them meet in courts. Suleiman was accused. He went there with 100 lawyers. So I don't know. For me, it's only fair because the man is no more now. People are quick to lash him to talk. He's dead. Where was BBC?
Mr. Alex, are you saying because Suleiman went to the court that he did not do what he was accused of?
Obviously, you've made up your mind to take side already from your argument. You are asking us to take lessons on something that is biased. I don't get it. To take lessons from a one-sided story.
Mr. Alex, it's not one-sided story. You and I.
Niger World do not teach us to be biased. Let it be two-sided for me. That's my point. So for me, I say Kabuti is detrimental because TB Joshua is no more. Even his wife cannot even defend him now.
It's true.
So that's the point here. I'm not saying he did it or not. I'm only telling you, don't go with the bias of the hatred you have for the man before to say you were mocking his member before, this and that and that. That is, for me, it's a standpoint of you taking sides.
Can I ask you one question?
You're already on the twin like Thomas Twin DD, if you allow me. You're just on the side of the BBC already.
Can I ask you one question, Mr. Alex?
Please, both of you round up, Mr. Chooks, please. Round up.
Okay.
Okay, answer me. Ask me. Let me round up. Yeah.
Okay. You know the difference between poor and rich. Yeah. Many a times the poor, when something happens to them, they run to somewhere, and when they run to somewhere, they don't get justice. Right?
Okay.
The big men, they suppress it. Yeah. And these things happens. It's just like when you see rape, for instance. I'm giving an example of rape.
No need for those words, please. It's totally prohibited.
Okay, sorry.
Okay,
I take it back. Like somebody molested somebody, and do you know that if you come out, you will be in great danger? Some of them manage to come out.
Can I answer you now?
Yeah.
Can I answer you now? Yes. Yes. Okay, let me just quickly answer him in 30 seconds. Let me just answer for me. Yes, I know what you're saying. I'm not arguing with you, my brother. I'm only telling you BBC is alive. Deborah was slaughtered broad daylight. What did they do about it? Now they cannot have a British passport. What have they done about it? What documentary have they done about it?
All right.
So
Thank
use
you.
your tongue to count your teeth. Thank you.
Garcia, you wanted to say something as well?
Yes. Let me. The question I'm going to pose for Chooks, maybe he answered during his second round, is this: Chooks, do you believe that if you are doing a documentary, both sides should make contribution? Both sides.
Of course.
Do you? So in TB Joshua's case, that's why we said yes, they've done it, but go to these people that, because if you do a documentary on a Suleiman, he will respond. So meaning that you are giving him the right of fair reply. It is not left for us listening to know who is saying the truth, whether what BBC is bringing up about Suleiman is truth, or what Suleiman is saying about himself is truth. But TB Joshua is no more. So it's a single story. Anybody can allege anything, whether true or false, or they can exaggerate it. It may be true anyway. I'm not making excuses for him. Thank you.
Thank you, Gassien. Thank you. Mr. Chus, I believe you're done, right?
Yeah, just let me quickly touch on the conference that was cancelled. It's we may be surprised that it's Nigerian government that suppressed that conference, but again, I said to African youth, if they not allow you to have thoughts on what is going on in Africa, the kind of now they're hosting football in Ivory Coast, right? And they expect the youth to come there to make it lively. It's up to the youth to decide, because it's not only when it suits them they're gonna call us, because that is a very, very bad thing the Ghanaian government did. It doesn't matter who is pushing them to do that, because we've had the case of David Hundein, so it could be Nigerian government working again. I mean, it's unbelievable. Like, if I'm because of that single incident, I've boycotted watching this Nations Cup, because that is for the youth again. If they're gonna ban us in one, we will ban ourselves in everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Thank you very much. Hello, Tony Africa. Thank you very much, sir, for calling in. Please talk to us briefly. Tony Africa, are you not there?
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, sir. So please, sir, I greet you, Ogavis. So thank you very much for your work. So this process was already on. This guy has been exposed while he was alive. So Alex, please, you should be more than that. That guy was a full devil. Just that because of lack of governmental institutions in Nigeria, that's why that guy was able to escape. Bishola, many people who he tortured, and ROAPs, something. I mean, a lot of abortions. I mean, a lot of evil guy. That guy was number one evil.
All right.
Because we have no institutions in Nigeria to take care of that.
Thank you. So talk about the evils talk about the evil that is still alive now, please. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. We have so many evils in Nigeria now. Call them out. Leave a dead person, please.
Yeah, Suleiman is now alive. Why can't we go after? Even Suleiman get police escort. So look at those boys that he pushed to Dubai and all. I mean, you just moderate. I wanted to let Alex know that he shouldn't be talking out of emotion. You don't have to liken that one to our respected Bishop Idahosa, who was after helping the people, building institutions, empowering people,
Thank you.
So that guy was a devil. He was
a
devil.
Mr.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chris, you're calling back again. You only have 1 minute, sir. 1 minute. Go ahead. Mr. Chris, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You have only 1 minute, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Howard. Yeah. The only reason I'm calling back is just to clarify the air that BBC did this report when the man has already passed on. So many Nigerian journalists, they've done report on this man, and each time they reach out to him, he always refused to grant interview. Even this last report, if you listen to it, the BBC, they extended opportunity for the people in TB Joshua's church to come and make a comment before they release the publication, but they refused to. That is what these big men do in Nigeria. Before BBC, a lot of Nigerian journalists did, even Rufai in his program, if we don't believe any person, Rufai also said so, that long ago when he was still very young, that a friend, a journalist friend of his, a mentor, wrote about everything that BBC talked about. That was what Rufai said on national TV. So these people, they have a way of not coming to talk to people. Look at how many publications David Udein has brought out about our politician. None of them have responded. It is exactly the same thing these people do. Even those men of God that are living now, even if you do any report on them, they will never ever come out to defend it. They will just keep you quiet. So that's just my contribution. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, before we have our final submission, what I will say on this particular TB Joshua issue is that for me, I believe, Black Panther. Black Panther, thank you very much for calling in, my brother. Good evening to you. Talk to us.
Hello, quickly. My people,
why you no close window? Oh, dear me. Why you no close window?
I be one closer now. You can put hand.
You for fumigate the thing. Not be so close. You go fumigate and fumigate with serious.
He put his hand. He use his hand to block the window. I did try to make a force. I no work.
You go put go fumigate it so that even if you escape.
We be the powerful men now. You know, if you close our window, we powerful pass Agbado people. I want to thank everybody for speaking. Right, Madam Rita, you spoke well. I was dancing, break dance. Mr. CM, you spoke, but there's something I did not concur with you. Mr. Alex, you spoke eloquently well, but there's one thing I don't concur with it too. You see, there's one issue I want to speak on, especially Edo State. Please, let us forget these people. They are giving us distraction. Let us concentrate on who we want. Let us continue to conscientize the Edo people, and let us see how we can take this power out of the hands of these three musketeers that are controlling it. There are three musketeers that are controlling Edo State. Let us find a way of taking it from their hands. And for TB Joshua, for all of you, for information, you guys were not following it. A lot of documentaries were made on TB Joshua by Nigerians on social media. People were calling them Antichrist. It was there. Even on many of them that are still alive today, documentaries are being made about them. Nigerians are doing it. But many of us are not following because many of us say, oh, it's a war against Christians. No war. Be ready to say the truth in the house of God. Jesus did it. He said the truth and he drove every one of them out of the house of God. So we should also do that. It is not a sin. You speak the truth in the house of God. It is never a sin. When you see a pastor doing evil, speak it out. Thank you, Mr. Najawa, and God bless every one of us. Let us begin to speak the truth. These people, they will see hell very soon. I'm speaking.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Thank you, Black Panther. God bless you. All right. My people, you see on this TB Joshua thing, I understand some of you saying that the report will file against them, you know, in the past, both the one that is still alive and the one that have left and all that, and they don't respond. Yes, I really do understand that. But for me, I don't really want to comment on this issue because commenting allegation against somebody that is already gone, for me, I don't have anything to say about it at all, to be honest. Don't have anything to say about it. I believe that people should put their energy right now, both the BBC, both everybody contributing on this and all that, to expose more pastors that is deceiving their congregations at this particular moment. Because if you listen right now, a lot of human beings, or rather a lot of people, have been captured by their satanic pastors. You know, no matter what you tell them, they will never listen to you. Never. My pastor say, my pastor say, my pastor say. That is it. That's the problem we are facing right now. You know, when you are trying to tell them, you know, the reality or what you saw physically or anyhow, they will be preaching Bible for you and giving you verses. So I believe we should focus on more. Although we have good pastors, don't get me wrong, we have lots of good pastors, but the bad ones are difficult. They are blindfolding the opportunity for us to see the good ones. So yeah, I don't really want to talk much about this TB Joshua. I wish it was alive. Yes, I was scatter table, but it's not alive. So what am I going to talk about? How is it going to respond to this then? Thank you very much, my people, everybody. I appreciate you all for your time with us today. So let's have a quick final submission for 4 minutes, because remember that everybody today, that's how they do it like this, maybe once a while or every Friday, where people comes in, you just talk without no time. Just talk and tired before I move on to the next person. Only Fridays, but it's not permanent Friday, once, sometimes on Fridays. But final submission will be limited, 4 minutes. So I'll go to give us a mandate, give us your final submission. My brother, if you're there, thank you.
Thank you very much. Hopefully, I'm coming out clearly.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. It was a good discussion today. Kwankwasia movement. I mean, they were able to have their own judgments delivered to them. And like we said, there are two sides of Nigeria. The northern, the north does not apply to the south. So only if the southern people could have also risen up. But to Kano also, I'm sure that it's one Nigeria, and the north could have also joined in a battle for the whole of Nigeria. But we don't know. But we'll just continue to trust that things will change, and better things will be done. But as it is right now, the country is actually in a state where it will take force to redeem from the hands of these people, because a lot of things have been destroyed. They are still looting. Imagine Emefiele, one man with 4 trillion naira. It just shows the state of the country. These guys are there to loot, to steal. Buhari is working free. Emefiele wouldn't have done anything without the consent or the notion, without the knowing of his master Buhari. Can this guy go after Buhari? He cannot do it. He will never do it. Why? He himself is as corrupt as Buhari. He's arresting Emefiele. Emefiele did right? No, but he himself should have he should have asked DSS to put him behind bars, because he also stole mandates. He's a president in court. Did he win the election? No, he stole the mandates. But now Nigeria, anything goes until Nigerians arise like the people of Kano did today and tell them that this Nigeria belongs to all of us. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. So until Nigerians arise to do that, it will be same old. Better I do na scam. Don't be surprised what happened in the following week. Budget cost 60%. Well and good, cost 60%, but on what ground? The budget has been approved. If it costs 60%, that 60% go to his pocket or where? The federal government? We don't know. These guys are there. On his own agenda, he said he came to dance, and he would dance and dance and dance. And his surrogate calling from London, the London in Yaba. He calling today again. Maybe he will also call in tomorrow again. Maybe after he take his pill again, he will call again tomorrow. Maybe the guy calls in every minute when the pill don't go down. But that's kind of people you can see around this criminal drug baron. They are uncommon people. I don't spend my time on uncommon people. Have a good evening, everyone. Blessed weekend. See you all tomorrow, God willing. Bye for now.
Thank you, my brother. Give us a mandate. Have a blessed weekend as well. Hopefully, we'll be here again tomorrow. Thank you very much. Okay, let me come to Mr. Jonathan Kingsley. Mr. Jonathan Kingsley, thank you very much, sir, for your patience. Please give us your final submission, 4 minutes. Okay, Mr. Jonathan Kisley is not available right now. I'll go to August CM. Please give us your final submission if you're available. 4 minutes.
I am available. Thank you, Niger Watch, for the opportunity today. At least I've learned a lot today listening to. I wish all of us will be present every day without missing so that we mark our register. Thank you very much. I've learning a lot, particularly something that happened in Nigeria. You may think that you know from your own perspective, you may think you know it all. Of course, not know it all, but you may think that is the only angle to it. By listening to others, you will also learn from their own angles to the story. Thank you, Chris from Dublin, for phoning in. Try and join the panel. I always like to listen to you. You're a delight because though you are not, yes, Chris. Chris is a delight to listen. He may be speaking slowly or softly, but very powerful. Even if
Yes,
he's,
sir.
yes, even if he's even if the thing costs to be aggressive, but you will see him citing, giving examples, but hammering the point. So, Chris, you enrich our panel. Thank you very much. Always phone, and then other people that phone. I mean that do call. That is part of the family. So I'm quite happy.
Yes.
Here is a learning. If we can make it to arise, because we are not politicians, you dare not go to TVC because we are not Agbado sympathizer. No, that is the thing now. AIT, you are not in support of Atiku because AIT is PDP. Everybody should know that. Then you talk of channels. Channels is since maybe APC anyway. So these are the 4 they show. If you since I can't make it there, and even if you go 10 minutes, 15 minutes, they do this and then they direct your thought. But here you are just like what is it called? A freeborn. I don't know how do they call it. Here you grow your own vegetable, like the British say, you grow your own vegetable. So whatever you say is not censored, and then every news we look into it. As long as we have evidence, we study it and then do it. So it's quite interesting. And I'm happy that they are listening. But the thing is, after listening, let them do us the favor of implementing what they do, or let them implement, because we're here. We are really, when people criticize you, it's only they want you to be better. After all, if they turn Nigeria around, it's to their own credit. People talk of Mandela. What is it called? Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore. This is what they did. I don't know Lee Kuan Yew, but everybody, the whole world remembers Lee Kuan Yew. Oh, Nelson Mandela, Julius Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah. This what? So why can't you be this? You don't pay me, but take the credit. Change the life of the people. The bad road they showed in Edo State, it doesn't mean anybody can fly through it. So change it. It's for the good of the people. The roads all over UK, I don't know when it was started, but I enjoy riding on them. That is the issue. So enough of all this stealing money here and there. You can't carry the whole weight of the world in your pocket. You cannot. In the end, you will still buy and then leave everything. So why not? But in short, public office in Nigeria is the best opportunity to make a name. Because what do the people want? Unlike in the UK or advanced country, in which to convince them, what are you going to promise them? Good health. NHS is already there since over 60 years. You're going to say good road. You don't campaign here, tell people good road, I tap bridge, I do bridge, I will do this. And you don't say you feed school children, you feed them. It's already, they've been feeding school children in primary school since you were born. So what are you going to take to convince them? But in Nigeria, just target 10 access road under you. 3 lanes here, 3 lanes here. Forget about stealing money. They'll be singing your praise till today. What did Ogbemudia do in Edo that people are talking of Ogbemudia? Even there, it was Edo Bendel, old Bendel state. So you have opportunity that people should see it. We are not competing. You can build a mansion in your village, enjoy your this thing. We know. But use the remaining this thing. Put your name in gold. Do it for the people so that everybody will say, oh, this road, if you're the flyer, that is what you will gain. You reign in the heart of the people. And not everything is a business. You continue stealing money. In the end, you will eat all of them. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Augustine. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Yes, I would like to add to your submission. All we want is a better country. In fact, we are tired of talking. Give us a better country and relieve us from this stress. It's stressful by talking every day. It's stressful. We are talking and nobody's listening to us. We are complaining, talking. The right thing is still yet not being done. These people, man, they're really, really wicked. Let me call on Mr. Alex. Please give us your final submission, sir. Let's round up.
Thank you, Mr. Najawa. Let me stand on your existing decorum, Babana, just now, on your existing protocol. I'm not a political Timki the swagger. I don't dance to the gallery. I'm not a mass gloriosos. I'm not people who are swindled, tossed and fro by the every wind of political doctrine. I'm an independent thinker, brought up in a democratic environment. I believe in democratia, Athens city-states of the 4000 BC. That's where democracy came from, in the ancient Greece city called Athens. But the point is this. For me, I still stand on my point on this late prophet TB Joshua. He should have been interrogated. If the BBC, who are collaborators with the FBI and the CIA, they should have activated some of those things, as they did to Noregia or Panama, as they've done to other people with these weighty allegations. You cannot tell me the PDP, the BBC, they lacked the wherewithal to pick up this guy, if indeed their evidence were, concrete. So for me, I cannot go with every vavavoom that just emerge every now and then. In Nigeria, I told you, it's like a social, or you call it a political corona or social Ebola, with new cases and variants on a daily basis. So the BBC should be honest enough to tell me how Britain is collaborating with the looted funds by ex-politicians, or the transatlantic slave trade and the role Britain played. The King of Netherlands came out to apologize with the role his own parents, grandparents played in enslaving Africans. So the BBC should tell us about the 1884 Berlin Conference and the role they played. They should tell us the role they played in the Civil War, the Biafra Civil War in Nigeria, and in the continuous incarceration of Nnamdi Kanu in spite of having a British passport. Let me go to the Aminu Kanu Kala Towers. I really celebrate them. I'm beginning to think if we have to look towards that political party, bring it up in Edo State, and see how we can, affect the what I would call Nusese of the Benin Kingdom. I hope this victory will also extend to the Hoipolois of the Oduduwa Republic, and of course the Okrika dealers of the Ojuku Biafra Republic. So Nigerians are suffering. That victory is the specimen that we lacked in the obedient Obidati voyage. That was the missing link. We should have stood our ground. We should have taken to the streets peacefully, if possible. In other way, we could get our mandate back, because Vivas was switched off. So Kano people have given us how to demand and get justice from a system that is as porous as Nigeria. And that was, I want to say, this is my humble Logomaki, and of course my Logomaki, I live here with that, Logo Apacha. And I say, mucho obrigado, everybody. Thank you, Najawash.
All right, my dear brother, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your time with us today. Thanks for your submission. Okay, Mr. Jonathan is still not available, so we're rounding up right now. Okay, my people, we've come to the end of this broadcast. It's been a long day for us. I'd like to appreciate every one of you that called in today. Mr. Chris, thank you very much. Tony Africa, thank you very much. And I believe one or two persons also called in earlier on. I also like to appreciate every one of you that, joined the panel today. Thank you so much, my people. I appreciate you all for your time with us. The people that are see here with us right now, give us a mandate. Thank you very much, Augustine. Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. Thank you, Mr. Alex. Thank you, Madam Busy Brains. Thanks for coming around today. Madam Nena, thank you very much as well. Thank you, Madam Rita, for coming around as well. Mr. Chuk Sobiboze, thank you very much. And I guess there's still one more, So I appreciate every one of you, my people. May God bless you all. I would like to appreciate those of you on the comment section, starting with those of you that super chatted us, that supported the channel today. Starting with Amaka Fojabi, thank you very much, Madam. Madam Luke, thank you very much. Martin Benjamin, thank you very much. May God bless you. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate every one of you for your kindness, for your support, for your consecration. May God bless you all. It's a collective effort to do what we're doing today. I want everybody to know that we are doing this because we want a better country, but it doesn't mean that we that is doing this doesn't have a better life. Yes, like I normally say, 90% of us that is contributing to this broadcast every day, we have a good life. 90% of us, we have a good life. You know, we live in a good country, and we don't have any issues. It's just that we want a better country where we came from. Home is home. Our mother's land is where we belong to. Yes, so home is home. So we should always continue to do what we are doing today. It's a collective effort. If I was to be the one doing it by myself, I'm not sure I can achieve this. I want to thank every one of you. I appreciate you all. Let's continue to stand for what is right. Do what is right. If you want you standing alone, then stand alone and do what is right. Thank you very much, everybody right there. Mother of all Mommy Diaspora, thank you very much, Mommy. I appreciate you always. Thank you so much, Oga Chris, once again. Thank you, Constant. Thank you, Amaka E. Thank you, who again right there. Love of God is my strength. Thank you very much. Stella Imasevedo, thank you. Madam Origin, we missed you today. Thank you very much. Thank you. Many people right there. Now God will bless you. Now, Madam Luke, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mark Enley, and thank you, Stapleton, and many others. And God will bless our people. I would also like to, I think there are some of our people that we've not heard from for a while now. Like, I think, Mr. Edwin, we are still missing you. Although you talk to me on the phone, you're doing something, but I want you to know that we have you in mind. Mr. Joseph Oji, I'm happy that you are getting better. By God's grace, you'll be fit, and we can't wait to have you back again on the panel or on the comment session. You're one of us. Mr. Alexander Gomez.
Engineer Ken.
Oh, right. Yes. You know, all those ones, you see, there's a lot of people on this panel that we don't hear from, you know. And you know, Mr. Alexander Gomez, thank you very much. And then again, we have another person that used to join us, but I can't remember names, but I love everybody because I don't want people to think. And I know they go, you know, measure my name. I have a lot on my head, if not because of some of you measuring names here. How can I remember everybody? You know, if you are constant here, you will be remembered every day. But if you are not that kind of person that come to the panel, if for example, now so we're not hear from Augustine for 1 week, we will know immediately because he's with us 24/7. If we're not here for Give Us a Mandate, Mr. Jonathan, we go know. But if you know, say you are one of us, but you know, always they come, we love you, but we feel no you remember the name. Like for me now, they think now Mama H.O. Mama H.O. joined us like a week ago or 2 weeks ago as well. And yes, that's it. Thank you very much. And for those of you that deliberately stayed out, you don't want to join, that is fine. You just be home, eat your pounded yam and be happy. You know, this is 2024. We don't need to drag who don't want to be part of us. You know, if you are happy deliberately staying out, stay home or do what you are doing. As long as you are happy, don't wish us bad, we will not wish you bad. All we are fighting for is a better country, a better Nigeria. That's all. Nothing else. Stand for what is right. It doesn't have to be from this platform. Wherever you are, anywhere you are hearing my voice from, just do what is right there. You don't need to come and do what is right to me. Do what is right to anybody. Do what is right. Stand for what is right. That's all. That's what I believe on. Nothing else. I appreciate every one of you, my people. Now, God bless you. Now, so we've come to the end of this broadcast. Please have a wonderful weekend, my wonderful people. I wish, say, as I told you, have a wonderful weekend now. I know they do weekend. It was sweet. I for you say, I will see you now on Monday. I'll be more. You're trying this week.
No, there are a lot there are a lot to talk about now.
Kai.
You know, but if you try on Monday, you know, go fit cover the news in 10 hours because something go. There are a lot of
Exactly.
things will go happen.
He's
There are a lot
always
of
there to
there are a
talk
lot of
about.
there are a lot of things will go happen. So
Huh?
it's not.
You know,
But
if for your sweet, say person, you just say okay. Now Friday, I'll see you on Monday evening for sweet too. Augustine, because sweet like that.
It's not. It was sweet now, but duty calls and news is coming out. This not like say you are doing a carpentry work. You close workshop, say till Monday.
Exactly.
This one are news because do you know what we break up? Okay, let's just say tomorrow now you will hear one headline again. When we no expect. And that kind of headline now we need to discuss it before another one comes up again. By Sunday, definitely no way. Between tomorrow and Sunday, there must be.
There
You will
must
hear it.
be.
There must be something that has to concern.
We
In
must,
fact, do you know that this thing you showed, this road in Edo State is shameful? How can somebody be using hand to be pulling up? What is it called? Is it not? They call it asphalt or tar. Hey, that is too bad. That is too bad. Even if na cement and rod that say you the deck house, now you do them. If for say person go drive on it, how can you just look at they were pulling it up as if you the how do I say? Hey, guys, too bad.
This
Rain
is not the
never
first
come
time
out.
of that CMO.
Hey.
I have about five videos like that on my channel in a different locations, in a different time. Not be the first time I
award
they do and be that too.
how
I
can
dey
somebody
send my
award such
team.
contract?
I dey send my team. We'll go enter streets. We'll go report. We'll go cover things. Can report and for now. We they do all these things. Not be we know you're the carry the top because say we hate person. We'll show you. See, this is what is happening. So yeah.
It's too bad. You know, say if na grading, like say dusty road, where you say you know time, then you just use the track, what they call them track caterpillar, just grade them, remove the weeds, just smooth. Hey, person go know say if you dey drive, only say they graded it.
We say they remove on.
How can you go and put this thing? Person they take and they lift them up. Ha! And you say na
Anyway.
third road because it dey black. Ha, God.
Thank you. Thank you. Judicial Breadman, why are you calling this time? We don't close now, eh?
Yeah, Mr. Elvis, you don't close?
Yes, now we don't close. Go ahead, talk to us quickly. I want to round up now.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. I just wanted to make a contribution to TB Joshua's case. I have a disclosure. I am not a member of that church, and I don't have anything to do with TB Joshua. But you see, with regards to that documentary, that is a propaganda for the pit of hell. I don't know people that are commenting on that thing. I watched that thing 56 minutes. I watched episode 1. I'm about to enter episode 2. I've not even entered episode 2. That is a propaganda. If you listen to the motivation that they asked the people that are reporting, why did this TB Joshua do this? He said that he did it because of he wants to punish the white people because the white people enslaved his forefathers. So now his own way of enslaving them is to enslave them through religious means. My brother, that's a propaganda. You cannot shave a man's head behind his back. Yeah. You have done this documentary when the man was alive. He's gone. Now you are coming to put one or two people together without anybody showing us any direct evidence of a video clip or something that they recorded in secret that showed us live. Only say hearsay in the court of law. Hearsay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. For me, this TB Joshua thing, I will urge Nigerians not to be carried away with this discussion. You guys can say I'm not interested in this discussion at all. Because it looks like this is another distraction now, a different distraction now. You know these guys are good in using religion and any other ways to distract us. And you can see we all are already distracted now. Please, let this discussion of TB Joshua or BBC end today. And let's focus on the things that's affecting us because it is their mission to distract us with this inconsequential kind of discussion. And I don't like it. That's why you guys see I'm not bringing it here as a headline. I'm not just interested. It's not part of the discussion today. Now your career come from nowhere. Another one career call. I thought that because I know it's a distraction. You see all those episode 1 or 2. I didn't watch it, and I'm not going to watch none of them. I'm not interested.
I'm not interested too.
Yes, it's a distraction. So please, let's just let it end today on this platform. Let's talk about what is affecting us, not this kind of communicate. I don't know how to put it on. Please, it's not working. It's not working. It's a distraction. Go to social media now. Go to Instagram. Go to Twitter. This is what people are discussing right now. What I don't understand. Today is just 12th of January, a new year. They're already distracting us. Then if we are not careful right now, you see Nigerians will discuss this for the next 2 months, distracted out of what these people, the satanic spirits or whatever they have bestowed on us. So please, I don't want to be distracted. I'm focused. Let's talk about it as affecting us. Anything to do with TB Joshua or what TB Joshua was doing or whatever, it's not affecting the economy right now. It's not affecting me. It's not affecting anybody. So I don't want to. He's not here to talk about it. So let's forget about it. Nevertheless, thank you, my people. Like I talked about before, we'll see again tomorrow 6 p.m. Like I wish, say I go say we will see on Monday, but it never reached like that. We'll see when we can do that by God's grace. We are planning for that though. We are planning for that, but we want to keep the channel to every day broadcast, but for me, so that I can have rest. But we are working something out because we need proper person that can handle the temptation we are receiving every blessed day before I will give it out. But meanwhile, I want everybody to know that I appreciate you all. Those of you that is consistent, God bless you all. Continue to put your voice out there. That is it. There's blessings with all this. For me, that's what I believe. When you stand for what is right, you receive blessings. That's it. You don't need to deceive anybody. Just do what you can for our country to be better. If you see the truth, say it. Don't bypass it, because the truth now say they affect your papa, you can't bypass them because it's affecting your relatives. You are bypassing it. No, just stand for what is right. Thank you very much, my people. I'll see you guys again tomorrow 6 p.m. Share our videos, like our videos, and God bless you.